Good morning, everybody. How are we all doing? Sorry about the delay there. Trying to get the... Just having infinite problems on my camera. YOLOing SST and Ader today. That's interesting. This is not. Wheat on a tear pre-market. Yep. Like a very nice bump. Just 2 shares bought right at 4 o'clock for 175 before other trades at 170 at the exact same time really count as a test of 175. Yes. Also, it wasn't 2 shares. It was 1,235. But, I mean, it's still a test. Regardless, there's a gap there created on the market maker side. It's actually really hard to get that 4 a.m. data. You're better off looking for it on the German market. How many borrowable shares this morning? About 500,000 at 7.25%. I think we'll approach 460 in the SPY today. It was looking okay in the pre-market. I think so. I think at least like that 457 test is possible. Can I ask what percent you are up or down on all your trades since Jan 1st? I'd have to add up all my non-GME trades, but I exited my GME options position that I was rolling at 938% gains across the whole position. Oh, I forgot I left the spa music on. I never asked you to take a look at anything before. Can you take a peek at Ader? I just did. Um, you couldn't pay me to buy this piece of shit. Uh, like if you physically bought the shares for me, I wouldn't be interested in it. Let me know when it hits resistance, and I'll short it. But it's just like this is the e-commerce cloud-based. I mean, the entire company is like a scam. I mean, sure, it's over short and it's had a few good runs, but it's just like part of that same SPAC basket, right? And these run, and then they can just release shares at any point, depending on how much money they need. So big risk. And the rug pulls can be intense, right? Buy Ader. No. I think eToro has some like weird, don't they have like some weird positional thing where you don't really own the stocks, but like just a representation of the stocks the brokerage owns? I've heard a lot of bad things about eToro. They're a PFOF broker, but they're based. Where are they based, actually? That's important. They're based in London, which is arguably the most corrupt financial market, but that's what I thought. But I mean, like, if you're in England, IBKR is a much better broker. The same issues in a short squeeze too, with having a low number of assets under management and not being able to meet margin requirements like Robinhood. It's not the same thing when you're buying stocks in a foreign exchange, though. They're not under the same regulations. Yeah, they don't have proper orders. You can ask around in the chat. I'm not from England. I don't use eToro at all. If you want more specifics on them, you can ask around, but I've heard nothing but bad things about them. Their headquarters are in London. They have headquarters in Tel Aviv, London, and Limassol. But yeah, they were founded in Tel Aviv. Killing it with X. Awesome, dude. Is London more corrupt than the US or Chinese markets? Yes. Mostly because of the like over leveraging they allow. It made me sell all my shares last week. I'm now in IBKR. What's the big play, dog? Should one potentially load up on far-dated out-of-the-money calls for MOASS insurance? I mean, if you want to carry some long-dated calls, sure, but they're kind of expensive right now. I think the play is wait for consolidation and IV to drop. Price and IV if you can get both. Yeah, they don't track the VIX directly, Byronic. They track VIX futures. I don't know about UVIX, but like UVXY, they also have their own net asset value. Um, so you know they're not directly attached. Like some of them are leveraged. Like UVXY is leveraged VIX. VXX tracks VIX futures. You have to read the ETN or ETF statement and figure out I don't really use VIXY. But it's not that they're decoupled. They just all track different things. VXX is, as far as I know, still decoupled. We're down barely. Can you summarize your plays on GME and BBBY over the next few months? Right now on BBBY, I'm just selling CSPs, um, lowering my cost basis for more share entry, and I have some leaps. GameStop, I currently have no options positions. I've been selling some covered calls. No long options positions. CLVR taking a hit. Did it fall below the fucking thing? Where's my goddamn risk line? Oh, it fell way below it. Why aren't these stopped out? Oh, idiot. We're in this range. Okay. I'm gonna wait and re-enter that when I see IV drop off a little more. Hopefully at a cheaper price. Picks up a bit. A little bit. Tesla's still moving up. SPY recovering. Ooh. Entry for 390s on Flex. Cat up a little bit today. Back up above that 220 resistance. Snap below 39. That's fine. Yeah. It's still like the first 15 minutes after market. There's going to be some selling at 40. 15. Two of these. Jimmy kind of just chopping. So there's some higher than usual FTDs today from Feb 16. So I expect some sort of, our usual like CNS price action, and we'll see how the active funds are tracking the overall market. Do you ever buy puts? Yeah. Generally, puts don't. I mean, they have the range, but I would say I play them a lot less. Netflix still have a shot to test 400. I got stopped out of my Netflix position yesterday, but I'm looking to re-enter. Maybe here. I hope that wasn't the end of it. Hmm. Ooh. Bob is falling back to that 112 line again. Still really. All up. A week. Ooh, Baba Ivy is spiking. Cool. All right. These two. All right. Sorry about that. What do you think about Twitter? I mean, you're probably better off shorting the top than chasing. I'm not gonna ever chase and scalp runs like that. So if that's your strategy, which I understand is a it's not the best strategy, but it's a strategy for accounts that aren't very big yet. Then the best of luck to you. But I won't be likely tracking that. A share recall will occur this month. Only if there's a split this month, so very unlikely. Didn't you chase and scalp Nvidia yesterday? No. I waited for a consolidation breakout, bought in before the breakout, sold at the top. What time scale do you use to confirm the top before you short? 15-30 minute, look for long-term resistance, near-term resistance. Look for volume indicators. Yeah, and I'll be a billionaire on Bastille Day. Anyway, can we watch Jimmy? It's not really doing anything. It's traded 400,000 volume. I need to see if Baba bounces. How much leverage do USA brokers offer for US citizens for day trading PDT? Thanks. It depends on the brokerage and how much money you have. Thoughts on Alto? Eh, I've looked at it a bunch. I know it's like one of Domo's plays or something. I don't like the range. It's mediocre. Profit taking is going to limit any runs. Do you believe in Elliott waves theory? I don't like it. It's it's fine if you're just trading indexes. Like if you're swing trading indexes. Otherwise, I'm not a big fan. It works on some equities like Apple, mm, mostly Apple. Saying in the DD, we tested 170. There's a fucking picture in the DD of us testing 175 in the pre-market. Thoughts on ACIW have terrible management, much like AMC. I don't even know who they are. Any advice on learning scanners for day swing trading? Use FinViz, practice with it. There's a lot of tutorials. Do you have Baba puts? Nope. Unless it bounces here, I'm also out of it. Two. Thoughts on leaps on Twitter? You're chasing. You think Nvidia is done moving up? It looks like it's consolidating back below 270 again. Your calls in the money then? Bubba doesn't look like it's gonna bounce. We'll see. No, they're not. They're 115s. Support, looking for support right here at 112. GME moving down to 163. Stabilizing a little bit. Is the SPY still coming down? No. AMD doing. Market run too. Docu's got a. Well, there's a better entry here at 107 if it keeps coming down today. Yeah, 162.50 is a strong support. GME coming down faster, harder than any other stocks. Yes. Only thing up is RigX, VIX, and DDS. I mean, BP's up. Visa's up. Tech's not doing great this morning, but it ran super hard yesterday, right? What's Netflix down to? 385 still. I'm gonna look to get back into Netflix also. Who said Baba wasn't gonna bounce? One said that. I heard them. Was you. Definitely not Girk's Bullmaya guy. How fast does Netflix typically move? It depends. It's usually not super fast. I don't like to buy weeklies on it. Yay, my wheat $10 calls are finally in the money. I'm glad I averaged down yesterday. It's a lot more than a triple top. Another halt on SST. I don't know why people are chasing SST. Quick TA on Express. Descending wedge on the 1 hour. Looks like it found a bottom again, but it doesn't look great. I mean, good entry price, relatively. That long-term resistance, yeah. I don't like this stock very much. SPY went green. Take 10% on Baba? I don't know. Up 300 500%, even when we got terrible fills at market open. How did we chase? How's it not chasing? Also, where? Where did it come from? Great earnings, good forecast. There's something fucky going on here. It's off the chain. Nah. Came from Delta and the Billionaires Country Club. Where did he get it? I mean, it's not a Volga Vana squeeze if there isn't enough interest or there aren't volatility positions. If 306% of the FF in the money You prefer VIX or UVXY for calls? For calls, usually VIX. I'm just holding them. A lot of BBY May calls. They hit their theta ramp now. Worth rolling out to July, August, or wait for earnings. FTDs to play out and just average down. You could wait for the IV spike from earnings. I don't know how much it's going to go up. Running off the chain doesn't necessarily mean a Volga-Vana squeeze. Like, you have to have variance swaps. I saw it on our short squeeze Sunday. Watched it yesterday trade flat. It has 1 million FTDs. That's good. You think Baba might test today? I'm kind of just playing it moving back above the trend line. Or like a small bounce here. Pisa's doing good. Snap back above 39. Cat dropping back below the resistance again. GME 162. I don't agree. Big shorting? I wouldn't really say big shorting. We don't have that much volume. Probably some in the money puts. Check. We have enough time? Yeah. $165, 160 puts. 165 is like bought, but still mostly just call options. A lot of sold call options though, so IV's declining. Yeah, lots and lots of sold calls this morning. Which is following the trend from yesterday. I have no idea, Hayes. What's a typical profit percentage you look for when planning an exit of a position, or does it vary wildly? It varies. Ooh, that wasn't good. Spy tank? Oh, ouch. Jesus Christ. 160.50 is the next resistance to the downside. We're going to stabilize eventually while they run CNS. Brainerd just said, Fed prepared to take stronger action if inflation persists. Fantastic. Bullard? You mean? Same tactics as yesterday. Drop below yesterday's low, 157, then trap the bears, rally up in noon. Seems like it could be. Today's T+2 from last Friday is in the money options, but so was yesterday. I should have just sold when they were like 10% up. And it had nothing to do with Baba. It just had to do with the SPY tanking. This will probably still recover, but I wasn't going to take the risk. All right, well, I guess I'll figure out when this is done. What is CNS? Continuous net settlement. Lael Brainerd? Okay. UK ISO reset tonight. So it might be a surge in UK people buying shares to fill up their ISAs tomorrow. Interesting. Yeah, SPY's getting hit kind of hard today. Maybe re-enter my 455s if we get a nice bounce. Netflix is coming down too. Ooh. Volume back too. Is BBBY just tanking also? 12. Can you share your thoughts on DD? What about it? They're like extremely unregulated Uber. Not sure what my move should be, except wait for the price of my CC to fall 50% down. Yeah, probably. Current OI is increasing on the short side, so more calls being sold, volumes consolidating, or volatility is consolidating. Prices stabilizing in this range, hopefully. I mean, today doesn't look super great. And we're mostly waiting to see if they decide to short the stock again and bring us down out of this channel between like 158.50 and like 177. What GME calls are you looking at if IV and price get into your comfort zone? Probably I want to say probably just leaps. Maybe October. I don't particularly like August. Uh, yeah, maybe October's. IV's gonna have to come down a lot though. Are we getting close to a gamma slide? Probably. Although the put interest isn't really very high. Tesla puts time? Yeah, it's probably about time to fade the peak. Still got a little ways. I might confirm here, but I think it's going to come down to there at least. If you want to look at the shorter range. It's kind of a hard hit for Visa. SPY stabilizing? Yeah, a little bit. Wyckoff's still holding, or is this dip taking us out of the pattern? It's still holding. A little more downside. Should target. The second I buy puts on this, it's gonna fucking bounce. Do you think BBY likely to drop back below 20? I mean, if it does, I'll buy more of it. Okay, I'm gonna close this while it's still up. There's a specific reason why GME follows Wyckoff. Larger institutional interest. Check SST. What's it doing? Looks like it's gonna move up again. Did it halt here? This is its, what, third halt? Fourth halt? GME bouncing. Nice. Yeah, 158.50 again. Fourth halt. Well, either it'll continue to move to the downside after the halt, or it'll surge up. It's always hard to say, but I think it's going to keep going up. Watch for that post-halt volatility if you're in it. Spy bounce? Nope. You're just inversing the market. Ooh, 385s. I want them this week. Okay. Not that bad. Starting to feel pretty good about the repeated bounces at 158.50. Kind of reinforces Wyckoff institutional buying. Yeah, also high volume shorting does as well. Uh, 217.50 is a really strong support on cat. I feel pretty good about repeated bounce. Do you believe options trading can be as good as stock trading as a career trader? Yeah. Depending on how you're using options. I mean, if you're just going like long and short with options, it's relatively similar, right? With potentially more risk. But if you're using options for like income generation as well, then yeah, it can be a lot more risk averse than day trading, like equities. How accurate is TA for GME? Depends on how much volume we have. Cat floor? Maybe. Sylviar found support. Possibly, but I'm gonna probably wait a little longer. I think there's definitely cheaper entries if it's gonna continue to decline. Like I'll probably look to re-enter around like this 180 mark. I don't know how long till the senatorial vote, but there's about 30 more days on this overextended like short position, so we'll see. You see a rebound in AMD when the SPY rebounds? Yeah, probably. As a general rule, does TA break down as liquidity dries up? Yes. Uh, it also breaks down when volatility increases, which happens when liquidity dries up. Where's the volume come from GME? Average is 4 million at the moment, but sometimes volume just shoots straight up some days. Covering, you can go read all my DD on this if you're wondering where GME's volume and stuff comes from, BJ. It's on my Reddit profile. How do you keep track of day-to-day IV for different stocks to know if IV increased or decreased? Usually a paid data service. What calls do you own right now? Just in general or on GameStop? On GameStop, none. Chances the Senate actually passes the bill? Pretty slim. I think getting some of those amendments approved might improve its chances. But I was never playing CLVR for the vote. I didn't even find out about the vote until after I'd entered the stock. Yeah, Fidelity has IV tracking. So does TDA. Why don't you open GameStop options? Because I don't think it's gonna run right now. What do you think about selling CCs on the sticky floor stock? If you want to own the sticky floor stock, sure. What about CLVR do you like? Borrow rate's at 58%. And it had several delta sensitivity spikes leading into its most recent dip, all of which were excessively shorted. We saw it bounce back on news of the bill, but these like FTD put positions are going to extend out, which is very similar to what we see occur on GameStop, right? This is what happened all through December and January. Yeah, I don't understand why not just selling covered calls on BBBY. Just buy stock at this. What's a good entry on BBBY? Anything below like $20 is insane. 18 to 22 is a good range. No, I never had COVID. Just to confirm, phase D of Wyckoff is not limited to 3 peaks. No, it's not. Phase D of Wyckoff can begin very volatile and then kind of bleed out, consolidate over a long period of time before moving up. Those LPS lines at like 126 and 158.50 are very important though. A fall below this one means that phase D is over and we've moved back into the accumulation period. So back to phase C, possibly phase A, like a whole new accumulation period. But this should be our generally our low resistance at 158.50. Thanks, Typhoonify. Typhoonify? I appreciate it, man. You don't worry about becoming a member. It's not a big deal. I appreciate it though, man. I have 2 whole shares at 19. Sold my docu yesterday near the peak. Bought by this morning on the drop. These July 110 contracts have potential to be a cat style infinite money glitch. I don't know about that. Do you think Jimmy will hit 210 by year end? I mean, if it splits, no. Just at some point in time, will it hit 210? Probably. Somebody talked me out of using puts on this Jimmy downside to buy more shares at the bottom. Would it be smart to do TA on ETFs with exposure to an underlying security you're interested in because they have more liquidity and the underlying tends to track them? Yeah, you could. Missed by 36 cents. What's your long-term price target after a 3-to-1 split? I believe you said around 350 to 500. I mean, it wouldn't be 350 to 500 after a split. It would be 1/3 of that. Fell a little below 380, 250. It's just moving with the SPY. Eighth. Nah. I don't like it. Is it true they're diluting 10%? Because 3-to-1 still leaves 10%. 10% of what? You mean Rook and Pawn? You see a good entry for weak calls. I averaged mine down yesterday when it dipped. I don't particularly like buying it above 10 right now. I finally have some calls actually in the money. on this. I still expect us to do more as time goes on. It's a pretty long position. 3 to 4 months at least. What would be your price target if it's a split in the form of a dividend and not just a split? What do you mean? What? If GameStop squeezes, I have no fucking idea what it's going to. No one does. It's a squeeze. IPR bar rate just dropped 6.9. And probably not a good thing with the bar rates falling off. Where can I find BBBY's expected earnings? When are they? They're next week? The 13th? Let's see. I don't see any projections for them yet. I'm sure if you look up earnings projections for BBBY, you can find something. The fuck do you mean 600 million shares for a 3-to-1 split? A 3-to-1 split is like 228 million shares. Nice, turd. Congrats, man. I saw the new Hazy video. It was funny. They raised the shares to 1 billion. 6 million will be used for the split, leaving 100 million for dilution. No. They raised the corporate charter to 1 billion shares from 300 million shares. There are currently 76 million shares outstanding. A 3-to-1 split would multiply that by 3. Well, yeah. You keep typing it, but you're just way the fuck off base. People can't do math. Yeah, I'm seeing that. Let's do some IV to look at for at the money leaps. I mean, historically, sub 100% entries have been best. It's just kind of rare that we fall into that range. A split via stock dividend is still a split, Seth. Do Bollinger Bands indicate IV? It's just a different accounting process. It lowers, so it doesn't, the accounting for a split dividend is different. It still divides the market cap, right? Because you can't just create the shares for free. You still have to factor in efficiency in the market, right? What it doesn't do is it doesn't divide short positions the way a split would. Yeah, they could do a 3-to-1 split with the current corporate charter. You see massive out of the money puts on AMC yesterday? No, because I don't pay attention to AMC very much. Can you please make a School of Stock video on the complex mathematical concept of carrying the one when adding? Thank you. Because you update the charter. It's like it's just something you do when you're turning around a company. If you plan to split again in the future, you want to make sure that those are already in the charter and you can split later on. Thank you so much for everything you've taught me. I know this isn't options or stock, but I've been a swing trading crypto using the TA knowledge you have given us, and I took my first profit and my portfolio. Sorry. My portfolio is almost double what I started. Here's your cut, my friend. Thank you so much, Numbers. Congratulations, man. Odds of RC moving GME out of the DTCC after the split chaos. Slim to zero. Your magic words and Mortal Kombat candles mean nothing without a view up line. View up not on? Where are all my lines? My lines are turned off. There we go. Weird. Changing the charter is just standard practice. I mean, if GameStop intends to be a tech company, it's probably not going to do it with 63 million shares, right? Like you're never going to get into QQQ or S&P 500 with that kind of illiquidity. $138 looking like a low for GameStop. It can fall further. I think like 126 if we break down. Nice, Byronic. Pepe Le Pew Pew. Unless I'm missing something, it's pretty straightforward. Cap before split. 10 billion. After split, 10 billion. I have 3 times as many stocks, which adds up to the same value before the split. Yes. If you guys can, drop a like. It's a big help. We stop talking about stocks. Favorite British food? Steak and kidney pie. Likelihood of us breaking down are hard to guess. It's still kind of slim without them pushing downward on the price. There's still no in the money put positions, right? They're not trying to really push the stock down very much right now. They seem to be just sort of letting it drift in this range, which is fine, right? They don't want to take the risk with institutional longs being involved, because if they buy a big in the money put wall and start trying to drive the price down, institutions can buy into that and blow up their put position. 383 a solid floor for Netflix. It's a pretty decent one, yeah. I'm still waiting though, because the spy's continuing to kind of bleed down, and Netflix will too. I don't know if we'll hit 380 again, but that'd be a very nice entry. Anything below 380 is a great entry for like 385s, but just gonna kind of see how it plays out to the downside. Smash the like 3 times. The price will decrease as the stock is split. If we're trading at 150 per share, what's so fucking confusing about this, right? Per one share, and they split to 3 shares, you'd be trading at 50 per one share. This is very simple. I don't think you're shadow banned, pigeon teeth. So just use the cash to buy shares. If BBBY completed the share buyback, we would hear at earnings, right? So no CCs going into earnings. Yeah, I'm not selling any covered calls going into earnings. Does one put cost same like 3 shares? Fuck you, J Fresh. Yeah, contracts also split depending on the type of split. Uh, in a forward split, which is just a standard split with an even ratio, like 1 to 2 or 2 to 4, the number of contracts splits. With a forward split with an uneven ratio, like 3 to 2 or 5 to 3, the number of shares the contract represents splits. So instead of being, 100 underlying, it'll be like 150. And then in a share dividend, the number of this is the same thing applies. The number of shares it represents splits. Tastyworks, TradeStation, or IBKR as a trading platform. You can use TradeStation with IBKR. Tastyworks is okay. They offer kind of a degenerate amount of margin. IBKR's got better execution though. Any room to play a bounce on cat to 220 after this dip? Would 414 calls would be 414 calls, so not a lot of time. You could, but I'd be more afraid of the downside here. I don't know if it's going to bounce back up to 220. I'm not saying it's bad, but it might not happen. What's the Dow doing today? Dow's up a little bit too. That's weird. Cat underperforming. Cat's just had a hard time with this upper trend line. It's only crossed it like a couple times. It comes down through here. That sort of. Ah, this is garbage. Hold on, where's my fucking trade? No, not gonna work. Fucking piece of shit. Oh, it's so annoying. Fuck me. Do I have display capture? All right. So, Cat's been chopping along this upper trend for quite some time now. I wouldn't. I kind of expect it to fail back to this like 213 resistance before we see any kind of bounce. So I'd be patient. Like the resistance there at 215.50 isn't super strong. So it could easily slip and continue downward. If it breaks to the downside of 213, I'm probably going to buy puts on it. Double bottom, but not much of a bounce. No, we'll see selling in practice, but if it's a stock dividend, why'd the price drop to 1/3 if nobody sells their new extra shares? Thank you for the patience. I'm smooth. Because the market cap remains the same. So it's still a division of the market cap among the shares outstanding. You do a quick analysis on Doge? No, I sold mine at like 40 cents and absolutely not. It's shit. If it's up, it's probably a great time to sell it. Can you ask Smooth if Dan Mayo tastes the same like Bull Mayo? The split divvy imminent. What is the point of DRS? There never has been one. What is the stock split? How does the stock split affect options? I already explained it like 10 minutes ago. Rewind the stream and go look. Just look for the part where I'm writing on the screen a lot. If recall were to happen and no MOASS comes of it, is it safe to say the play is dead? The squeeze play. You still have to wait for the FTD settlement window after the split, but at the pre-market open after the split, all the institutions will place buy-sell orders around the price divided by the split ratio. Who cares if retail doesn't lower their prices? Price will drop. But no, it still divides the fucking market cap. The price is going to drop equivalent to the float, like the float split. You now have more shares outstanding, same market cap. It doesn't matter the accounting of those shares and how they're split. GME does the splitting, and then DTCC. $2.30 for next Friday is still on the table. Hope so. Y'all, a stock split is like this. You have $1, you ask for change, now you have 4 quarters. You still have $1, but it's divided. That's a 1-to-4 split. If GameStop splits, do you think Elon will DRS squeeze Rentec? How does your investment strategy change as the squeeze play if the squeeze play dies? It doesn't. I'm still long GameStop either way. I'll feel more confident selling covered calls out of the money. I'll have a lot more shares with which to do it too. Will stock exchange divide the price, or do market participants mutually agree, naturally perceive it as less valuable? The exchange divides the price because the price of an asset is its, you know, market cap divided by its shares outstanding. That's how the pricing is derived, right? And so if you have more shares outstanding, you're dividing that market cap by more shares. How do I become a billionaire? I think there's a link in the description, Johnny H. I appreciate it. Can you explain the negatives of a split? More liquidity. Lots more liquidity. So it's like when my mom cuts my sandwich in half, I have 2 sandwiches. That way I can eat more. Exactly. You figured it out, Norman. Does Jimmy become a CC money printer post split, especially if the value of it goes up? Netflix still gonna test 400. I'm waiting for an entry on the low side. It's kind of reversed its trend, but not a lot. Market's kind of clawing back still. 14, 456. Eh. Um, so it really didn't do badly. I think Bob is just going to consolidate all day, which is annoying. Oh. Docu moving back into a little bit of a downtrend. What's XRT doing? Shit is GameStop. More liquidity is a good thing for Jimmy because more liquidity should, in theory, make it harder to manipulate the price. Yes. But it also means lower volatility. And it'll probably get the volatility positions out, right? What happens to fractional shares during a split? They split. You ever see Jimmy's price passing BTC? Bit of a reach. It could. I mean, short squeezes they have a lot of potential. Jimmy stock split be a boost for options, i.e. easier and cheaper to get 100 shares. Yeah. Have you opened any recent Jimmy positions? I exercised some $80 calls like last week. Was it last week? I think, and the week before that, I got assigned on some $95 puts that I sold. So I bought like 2,000 shares at $90, well, 87.50 ish. If the squeeze were to occur, do you think it happens before or after the shareholder meeting? Hmm. Probably after, because the split will most likely it'll be voted on by the time the shareholders meeting happens. Then it'll be announced, and so the split will likely occur after the shareholders meeting. Several months, right? No current pressure from the split on the stock. Is the triangle we've been forming for the last hour bullish or bearish? Um, on the 5 minute, it's pretty bearish. Any hope of a comeback on Nvidia and V before 414? I think I'm still in the V position. I think that's looking good. It didn't even take too hard of a hit from the market earlier today. As far as Nvidia goes, I haven't really looked at it since I got out yesterday. I mean, it's right at support, so it'll either bounce here or it won't. Um, the overall trend looks pretty bearish. I would say that it can keep coming down, maybe 256. $260. I would target 260, honestly. If I was looking to play another move to the upside. Man, I sold it like the tippy top of yesterday's run. Huh. Nice. Might buy more of this if this stays cheap tomorrow. What's on Snap right now? Inverse head and shoulders. I mean, I'm not super into following its intraday trends, but it looks like it bounced at like 370, 337.90, 38. Still a little bit below 39, which I'm not a fan of looking into this breakout. But yeah, I mean on the daily, it does have an inverse head and shoulders. I'm kind of waiting for this shoulder to catch up to the previous high. And then before it like fails and retests, but it may not. It's kind of more gradual than the drop was. Um, but the recovery looks good all the same. They've beat the last 4 out of 4 earnings. I expect with earnings coming up on the 26th, they're going to beat again. I have a couple near dated calls for $40 for the breakout of this. And then I have some more far dated calls for earnings. Baba dropping more. I closed out at 10% loss. Or 1%. You're still long sends? No. I haven't been long sends forever. I think it's a good long play. Like real long, but long. As they start to actually make some money from the product they make, which has decent demand, their value will increase, but I don't hold bio stocks. Maybe who dumps Apple shares? Ryan Cohen's not dumping his fucking Apple shares. Didn't he buy those like December of 2020? You know how much he's up? I think he's also like the single largest individual shareholder of Apple, right? Or one of the largest. Why are there so many fucking conspiracy theories right now? What if I should just play the longer trend on Baba? If I could get a good entry, I would. Um, at what point do you think buys into Buffalo Wild Wings? Are we seeing an intraday triple bottom? This would be the third test of the low for the day, yeah. What would you think RC buys into Buffalo Wild Wings? We'll see. Sorry for asking again, but why would shares be recalled if it's not for the vote? They would be recalled for the split, because institutions, don't want to be on the hook for if it's a stock dividend split. They want to receive their dividend, right? So they want their shares in their possession. At the time of the split. I just DM'd you in your dream chair. I'll check it out in a minute, Joey. Thank you. Do people understand the reasoning behind this? Yes, by the dividend date. So if you own one share of GameStop, which you have lent to a short seller, they have possession of that share. If a dividend is issued on that share, the short seller then has to satisfy the dividend, right, to the long. That means that the liability is on the short seller to provide that dividend. But that's a risk, right? What if the short seller cannot provide the dividend? And this gets especially complicated if you have like 5 shares of GameStop, but you've lent a short seller 20. So they have 20 shares that they need to pay a dividend on, but you only own 5. And so to avoid this situation, you simply recall. That way, all shares you own are in your possession at the time the dividend is issued. The ratio of the split doesn't matter because it costs the same amount of money. Yeah, I'll clip it. Ew. Driving a little lower on this one, Bob. And I guess this is because a lot of this confusion is because so many people have been tied to this idea of a floor. Like they can somehow determine where they're going to sell their shares in a short squeeze, which is fucking stupid, but we won't get into that. All this does is, if you do have a floor, and your floor is say 10,000 or 10 million, it divides it by the ratio of the split. So your floor would then become 333,333,333.33, right? And so on. No sell, no sell. Whatever. Let's assume 100% short interest. Okay. So at 100% short interest, a split of 2-to-1 would mean that, 75 or, well, 62.3, I think, or 62 point, let's say 62.5 for the ease of calculating the free float. 62.5 million shares in addition to the free float sold short. And then these split 2-to-1, which gives you, 115 million shares. They owe 62.5 million of the new common stock. And so what happens here is, now they have to buy 62 million shares of the float to satisfy the dividend, right? And even though now shares are cheaper, right? The stock is split 2-to-1, so shares are trading at 70 17 or sorry, shares are trading at 73 70 $74. No, wait, 75 $79, right? Yeah. Shares are trading at $79, right? And so now they need to buy 62 million shares at $79, or 62.5 million shares at $79, which is not going to drive the price of that $79 share up, right? Because you have slippage. So, you buy the stock in large quantities like this, and that drives the price of the stock up. I got it right. And that is the definition of a short squeeze, right? I mean, yes. But the reality of this situation is a broker, with a lender with, 20 million shares sold short and only 5 million shares in holdings is going to recall those 20 million shares, right? Before any of that ever happens. Because otherwise, then they're at risk for those additional 15 now divided by 2-to-1. So 30 million shares, right? Oh, so whatever. So under that theory, if the stock is shorted as fuck, the split could end up with near the same price post-split, just more shares owned per investor, thereby multiplying the gains. Yeah. Which is fucking awesome. That's why I'm super bullish on it. I'm not using a calculator. Just assume I subtracted DRS. What morons are selling before the split? I mean, if it's short squeezes, a lot of them. I'm sure they'll try to get the price down, yeah. Do you have a price target on AMD for this week? Well, it slipped a little bit below its resistance again, back into this this range right below 109. But it's holding. It's not falling below 107.50. I think today's just a little bit of consolidation after yesterday's run.
I think this is on track to continue moving up. I'm actually just playing this test of 212. If this occurs this week, I'm gonna sell out. Unfortunately, it did occur, but in after hours. So we'll see if it moves back up and retests. SLD settlement should be over today. Today should be the final day for that. So hopefully we see a little bounce tomorrow under the new rules, because the settlement drags out through the first Wednesday. So maybe tomorrow is the last day for SLD settlement. It's tricky. I think it's tomorrow. It's the first Wednesday of the month. Are all historic support and resistances divided by 3? Yeah, because the market cap's the same. I mean, you can look at stocks that split; they still have a historic chart, right? Like, look at Tesla. You know, it still has a historic chart. Everything's just divided by the ratio of the split. They're all in ratio to each other. Nexus. Market cap, market price, and shares outstanding, or free float. Shares outstanding. If a short squeeze happens, will it only hit direct shorts or indirect shorting too? I mean, if it's through a dividend like that, indirect shorting as well, because those liabilities will also affect derivative positions. I have some 110 GME leaps bought before the run. Does it make more sense to wait for the next OPEX and maybe exercise? Oh, that just burn theta. That sounds like it'll burn theta. Why did you hold them through the peaks? Better question. Like that's $5,000 per contract. Yes, mouse cop. Lenders are calling shares from short sellers, so they're not on the hook for the overshorted stock. Means that short sellers need to buy the stock at market. Sure. These small sell volume surges increasing IV or crushing it? Oh, IV is getting crushed today pretty hard. My CCs from yesterday are up like 50, 70%. And a little bit of it's the price, but not much. What's the bottom today? I mean, hopefully somewhere near yesterday's. We haven't traded a lot of volume in this range. I'm not super concerned about a breakdown just yet. If we start to slide further, it doesn't look good. Becoming a member actually made me more invisible in chat. Sorry, Johnny. Why didn't it notify me? Thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate it. I missed it. I have a negative cash flow due to 3 kids and daycare. I can make it through August without selling or cutting back on my 401k contributions, which I max. Scared to sell CCs close enough to generate income. 1,800 shares. Can you help me strategize? Why are you afraid to sell CCs? I mean, reduce risk on them, right? Lower the delta, like 0.2, 0.1. Um, like lower your risk for assignment. Sell shorter time frames. Try to harvest as much, sell when we're dipping, or when we're in a pattern of moving down. So wait for some sort of bounce here, and then look to the top to sell these 0.1, 0.2s. I mean, that's the benefit of having a large shareholding, right? Is you can sell 18 contracts at a time. And even today for like Friday, if you were to sell 0.1, let's say 0.2. What's 0.2? 180s are 250 or 2. Last is 231. For this Friday, right? That's $4,000 a week. I feel like that'll pay for fucking daycare. Don't forget IV's crushing right now too. The trend of more calls being sold than bought isn't going to change in the next few days. Netflix gonna bounce here. I'm not sure. I think it can slip 180 a little bit. If we look here, there's a bottom like here at like 371. If it slips 180, I'm gonna be watching for an entry. But that's what I was waiting for. If I can see a lower entry on this, especially right here around 377 is compelling. I'll be buying them pretty far out though, and roughly near the money. Also, Netflix has earnings coming up, I believe, soon. Which should be better given that they've raised prices in the last quarter. What's your opinion on BBBY getting walked down the past few days? Cheaper entry. I'm still very bullish on the stock. It's still trading at a fraction of its book value. And below, 220 or 2250. I'm just looking to buy shares. I had a cash secure put, but it was profitable, so I just took the profits on it, and I'll look to buy shares if the price remains low. I'll just buy them straight up. Although 4/7 is a compelling day for BBBY. It's the 35 day from Ryan Cohen's announcement. So I'm not entering any covered call positions on BBBY right now for that reason, if anybody was wondering. Gonna be under 0.3 delta to be safe. It's safest under 0.3 delta. But, you know, 0.2, 0.3 are, you know, a little riskier. But generally, I mean, like 0.2 won't get assigned on most stocks. It's just GameStop's a lot more volatile than that. If Netflix slips 380, my IRA is toast. Oh, sorry. 380. Thoughts on selling at the money BBBY CSP for the next week to try to get assigned after earnings? What makes you think it's going to go down after earnings to get you an assignment? Like, I understand selling them at earnings to capture the IV crush, but I don't. Who knows if they're going to have a bad earnings? For VUP, profits on leaps are in the money calls the best decision to maximize gains. I mean, gains will be maximized on stocks that achieve extrinsic value. So buying calls on the far end of the chain will give you more leverage and thus greater profits than buying in the money calls. In the money calls will, you know, receive the intrinsic value of whatever run occurs, but they are more susceptible to declines in price because you're risking a drop in delta. If primes are at risk for whatever reason, could the plan be to use pre-split run from recalling to sacrifice smaller entities, survive the split, and use liquidity to get out? Could be. Primes don't like risk. If they feel like their positions are at risk, they're just going to recall their shares, you know? What's everyone so afraid of? Are they afraid they won't recall the shares? Taking on all of the short hedge funds risk for them? No. I think what people are really afraid of is there's not a lot of squeeze from the share recall, and that's, you know, a bridge we'll cross when we have to, if we have to. Thanks, Lion King. I appreciate it, man. Everyone's afraid because the bullometer is MIA. So when selling CCs to make sure you don't get assigned, is looking at delta the most important asset? Generally, yeah. You want to follow technicals too. GameStop's very volatile, right? So you want to ensure that, you know, you have a nice decline in like MACD. You know, I'm trying to think of how to simplify it the most. You want to ensure that IV is dropping. GameStop IV is a very good indicator of declining price action because of the large number of volatility positions held on the stock. So when IV is crushing, you know, there's an incentive to keep it moving down. And so if you're selling covered calls here, up here, you're basically gonna almost guarantee your buyback down here. Now we are in a little more volatile times with potential announcements on the horizon, and so that's why I don't recommend selling, you know, far dated calls. Because, you know, previous to the announcement of the stock split, I'd be like, you know, sell them out 60 days or 90 days from the peak of our run back at that test of 200. right? But, you know, with these possible announcements on the horizon, these timeframes are very risky. Do you have any data that shows short positions greatly diminished since Jan 2021? No, I would say they've probably averaged up their short position since Jan 2021. I don't think they've closed any significant amount of it except through shift, like laundering FTDs through ETFs. No one asked the most important question. Will you keep streaming if we don't squeeze from the split? Probably. I don't know. I might take a break. Just clear myself mentally from the stock market for like a week or two. There have been a lot of points over the last year where I probably would have taken breaks from trading and didn't because I do this every day. Elden Ring streams. How much selling do you think it occur if there's a squeeze? I mean, longs are incentivized to hold through the split either way, Keith, right? Because you're increasing your leverage. Increased leverage due to stock splits is one of the ways people get rich from buy and hold investments. At what price do we throw away Wyckoff? It's tricky. Theoretically, Wyckoff can actually trade down to its lowest LPS. I don't like it as a confirmation. But here, I'll show you. Is TradingView gonna work? Nope. Okay, we'll do it this way. What a fucking pain in the ass. God, I hate that. All right, so what's timescale is this? Let's look at the 1 hour. So technically, we could trade this low, this like 126.64. Remember that this phase D like consolidation, which is technically another accumulation period as near-term profits are taken and longs move into new long positions. Um, we can trade down in this and consolidate downward, right? Before kicking up. Which on GameStop, I would say this is more likely, and it's highly unusual that we've found this extremely stable floor here at, in this 158 range. So, I think if anything, this is the fact that we've held this channel for so long is extremely bullish. Because if you look at any of our previous runs, we should already be trading, near the lower end of this band, like in the 140, 134 range, right? We should have, in the money puts should have kicked in around here, and the price should have just tanked. Um, and that didn't happen, right? We've peaked in our run, we peaked again, and then we've stabilized on our low, which is very bullish. But remember, this can continue to drag out. This doesn't have to occur here where this line is. Like, there is no time frame for this consolidation to occur, simply a range of price action for it to occur within. And that range of price action is from here to here with the strongest possible support there. All right, I'll clip it. Sorry, I hit the wrong button if it just played an ad. So is the channel that Cat is trading in a Wyckoff consolidation? It could be. Although I would say that what Cat is seeing right now is really a test and the spring, and it's seeking a possible support in this range. I think once it finds one, it will continue up. The question is, where is that going to land? Like, is it going to be here in the 211 range? Is it going to, like, because it's going to start forming a new consolidation channel in this upper range of this formation, which looks way better on TradingView as well. Oh, you bitch. So the question is Cat going to consolidate in here, right? Like we can consider all of this price movement. Like, you know, here's your tests, like spring, you know, here's your SOS. And so, you know, it is consolidating much more aggressively than GameStop because probably it's low volume over this range, but it can move down as low as that before it kicks up. So probably 213. This is where I'm targeting for like a big entry. I've been playing the chop a little bit, but it's not nearly as profitable as playing these bigger runs. I think most of the market has pulled back. I think the fears that the market is going to keep pulling back are a little unfounded. You know, it's not hard to look at the SPY and see that we've just undergone a massive pullback. You know, we traded, you know, 100 or you know, $1,000 of value off the SPX. You know, $100 drop, almost 80, from 1.3 to 224, and we've been on a recovery ever since. The recovery is a little slower, but you know, a lot of this had to do with, you know, this last part we almost recovered here, had to do with, you know, the war beginning in Ukraine, uncertainty in what the Fed rate hikes were going to mean, which meant that the market kept losing value, presuming more and more hawkish stance from the Fed. Inflation kept increasing, and we'll likely see inflation continue to increase, but I would say that, you know, we're still rebounding. This is like our current trend in the market is bullish. It's just not, you know, the wild bull run that we ran on for like the last year. I agree that the yield curve is not good, and you know, you can monitor that, and it does indicate that there is possibly a recession coming. And this very well could be the rally. You know, usually the market will rally in a crash. If you look, Let's see, what's a good one to look at? If you look at like 08, we have 08 on here. Yeah, 08's right here. So the market rallied in 08 very similarly to this, right? Breaking back out of this downtrend. Did a few weeks of down, and then it broke back out before ultimately crashing, right? And we could see something like this play out, but it's hard to determine when or if, because you have downtrends in the market where the market then rallies and continues up, and our downtrend was really only it was fairly short lived, 3 months versus 08 where you had, Jesus, what happened to it? There we go. It was 08, yeah. 08 where you had about 5 months of gradual decline before the rally began, and then it fell off. So our decline going into this rally was shorter. The range of the rally is greater. It doesn't look as bearish as previous crashes if we're going by that indicator. I think the real question will be, is the economy going to continue to stagnate? If the GDP continues to stagnate, we're gonna kind of just chop sideways, right? Which could then bring more fear and uncertainty into the market, which could precede a crash. But everyone always thinks we're in for a doozy come whenever, and that thinking that we're in for a doozy doesn't necessarily mean we actually are. Pepe doesn't care if Reddit is down. He doesn't like to update the daily until market close. I mean, there's just not that much to say. We're not doing anything crazy. We're down 8% again, like yesterday. We found a little bit of stability on this floor at 156. I guess I can update people with that. I just forget to. Most of the things I want to say during the day, I've said in the morning. Dated. They're gonna grind us down for months again. We'll see. You think CCs are safe to enter on GME due to the current downtrend? I sold a bunch yesterday and more this morning. People listening, 156.28. How do you know how this split will affect the price of options? Do you know how yeah, I went over it earlier. It just divide them. If it's a dividend split, the premium of the option stays the same. If it's a standard forward split, then the option number of contracts divides. You have to remember, inflation is higher than it was in 2008. This can mean the markets will experience higher volatility heading into a major correction of some sort. Yeah, but VIX is fairly stable right now. If anything, I would say that the feedback loop that we were seeing during the correction is kind of correcting itself. Case for return to 47.48, maybe. I'm not playing the downside on Twitter yet, but I might. I would say that it's probably a case for a correction back to like 44. Still up today though, a little less volume. Kind of peaked out at 454. Yeah, pretty in line with previous resistances. There might be a little more upside left on it, but yeah, I would say that there's a good case for a correction back to that $44 range. Elon buying into Twitter and a non-ownership stake, I mean, it may trigger some near-term price increase and volatility, but it's probably not gonna cause like long-term price improvement for a while, and this will correct back to the downside. There's quite a bit of room to the downside for this to move, like almost $10 before it stabilizes and other long positions are willing to get in. So I wouldn't say playing the downside's a bad idea, but you may want some time on it. And I would be watching that 55 resistance closely, because if it breaks to the upside of that, it can keep running. I don't think Tesla has that big of a short position anymore. Yeah, I made a clip about it. It'll be out later today. Dante's Inferno. Elon's on the board now? Ooh. Well, just one seat. What are some ways you can profit off of Twitter declining? Puts? Why did Elon buy Twitter? Undervalued social media company. Yeah, I sold out of them at a loss. I'm gonna buy back in when it gets more in a range that I find acceptable. April 23. I bought Jan, I think, not April. I mean, RC got 4 seats for his buy-in. So you're not looking for any BBBY entry until tomorrow? Probably not. Baba seems to be bouncing off a multi-day bottom trend line. Is that something you would use to plan an entry? Or intraday trend line's not reliable? I actually do plan on re-entering Baba. Maybe in this range. I expect it to continue moving up. But I bought this morning. I bought weeklies, and so I exited them when the price didn't move in my favor. But if I buy back into Baba, I'll probably be buying like 115s, maybe 120s, but for further out, right? So this can continue to move up. How's DD doing? Kind of fell through support there. Not a big fan of that. Just kind of and shit with everything else, right? Let's see. About 30 cents. Looks like it's still finding support in this range, though. Okay, that's some resistance there. So, I think my risk on DD is probably going to be around 268. If I see a volume back push below 268, I'll probably get out of it. But I think it looks fine right now, at least as long as it bounces off of this low for the day. SPY still trending down? Yep. Sending. Volume. Or 53.42. Still looks very bullish though. Interesting. Wait, enter another position here if I can confirm a bounce. Oh, shit. For leaps or Jan 2023 calls, do you look for an even lower IV than shorter dated calls? 2023 and beyond or under 100% already? Sometimes you can get leaps in the low 90 range or even 80. If IV continues to crush, they'll continue to go down. I expect IV to continue to crush for a couple of weeks. Bought BBBY under 22. Thanks to the info on that. Awesome, man. BBBY just doesn't like to stay under 22. Not for very long. Brokers are telling people this morning that the shareholder meeting vote April 8th. Interesting. When should we be looking for the next GME cycle? Around the annual shareholder meeting? I mean, for OPEX, we'd be looking to May and June OPEX expiries. For a share recall, I mean, that depends on when the split is, probably after June. We're still waiting on announcements. We still need to wait and confirm that they're using the ETFs extensively to short the stock and drive volatility down. So we just need to wait for data to come in, but there's nothing currently super bullish going on. I mean, if it goes below my cost basis, I'm okay with buying more shares. Otherwise, just calls on the dip. Yeah, you can look at historical IV. What do you think about Houston's squeeze theory? He seems to have specific ideas about how everything will go down with no sources to back it up. Thoughts? Sounds like basically everyone else involved in this play. No one has any idea how a squeeze is going to play out. It's a short squeeze. They're called black swan events because they're unpredictable. Good entry for CLVR. I'm kind of targeting the low end to get back into leaps. So I'm thinking if this price action continues, I might be able to get like a nice entry in this like 180 range, and then if it drops to 120, I could average down 1.8, 1.2. I think if it drops to 1.2, I would probably just buy shares and wait. The companies, for a weed company, they're not the worst. But they do have a over short position, and I don't think they're going to be wildly unsuccessful. They have cheap labor, outdoor growing capacity. I don't really like weed stocks very much, but this isn't the worst one. It's usually a good sign. Snickers. Which way is the spread widening? Where can I see good IV data? Fidelity has it. TDA has it for free. Otherwise, Bar Charts, I think, has it. Otherwise, you need to pay for it. You still think Snap has a chance to test 42, 43? Yeah. Are you going to sell CCs on BBBY on the 7th? Probably closer to earnings. No, you can't, Velvet. Thank you. Safe flight, man. Would a stock split lower the ceiling of a MOASS scenario? Of course. Yeah, Tesla's bearish. Yeah, I don't like 205. The reason DDS, JWN, and Macy's are up today could just be covering positions there. PayPal and Hog calls. What the fuck is Hog? The Harley? Ooh. I like PayPal still, but I've been waiting. It's looking better. Actually, it's looking really good. Maybe if it finds a low for today. Thanks, Dominic. Late to the party today, so apologies if you answered, but any thoughts on a cat entry now? I'm still waiting. I think it can fall lower. Jimmy could change the charter from 300 million to a billion, but not do the split. Yeah, or they could do the split way later. They don't have to do it right now. We're out from the Wyckoff model. I already covered this earlier. No. Because there's more liquidity in the stock, Vash. If you have more shares, then the ceiling is lower notionally. If it would squeeze to 69 million and they split the stock 3-1, it'll squeeze to a third of that. It's still the same amount of money. Why the fuck can't people do division? Hog puts for August. Interesting. Would you sell some of your position if nothing happens till June? Absolutely fucking not. What's 1/3 of infinity? Which pattern has a higher success rate? A bull flag. Wedges have a better chance of breaking out, but a better chance of failing the breakout. So very often wedges, like a wedge will come down, break out, and then fail to retest a new high, and then break down further. Flags, when they break out, tend to break to the upside pretty hard above the previous high. So I would say that the success rate to achieve a previous high off of or overperform a previous high off of a bull flag is higher than off of a falling wedge. I'll take 23 million a share now. Thank you. I wouldn't turn it down. So if they split the stock 3-for-1 and hold a quarter of my position in GME Call Leaps, But I have 12 shares for each stock post split. JFresh, I know you know how to do math. You go fuck yourself, okay? You son of a bitch. Is now a decent entry for AMD. It's about the same price it was when I got into it yesterday. So yeah, it's okay. Might need a little time. You may be able to get a slightly lower price as it continues to drag on this lower resistance. Shit, where was that? Fucker. Yeah. Conservative price for a short squeeze that might happen due to a share recall. You cannot put a price estimate on a short squeeze. Is TradingView good? Are there better alternatives? It's pretty good, yeah. Not a lot of better alternatives, at least not for charting. There's a couple, but they cost more money. Maybe that's why so many retail traders lose money. They calculate the risk, but they're bad at math. What's your PT for AMD once it breaks that resistance? 114? Like 115? Right now I'm really playing just the test of 112. This upside resistance here. It could run potentially like all the way up to this upper trend line, which is around 118, 117 before my expiration. But volume isn't really very high, which indicates that there's still a fear of risk from the short side. Normally by now we'd see tons of in the money puts coming in. The price would be crushed and falling rapidly. You put the Dans behind a dumpster. What world do we live in? Beside the recall it'll cause, why does this split matter if we squeeze before it even happens? I mean, it wouldn't if we squeeze before it happens. Can you please give me some insight with regards to drawing wedges, triangles, etc.? Tips of the wicks versus candle closes. Sometimes this can vastly change the shape. Yeah, I'm aware. I don't like using wicks if I can avoid it. If if a wick is the only thing I have approximating volume along the trend, then I'll use it, but I prefer to use the volume. And that's one of the reasons I use smoothed candlesticks, because it increases the accuracy of the volume traded pattern. What would be your exit price? Several different prices over the course of the squeeze. You know, squeezes generally move up to a peak like that. They fall off and then fall down, right? So I would probably, you know, exit all throughout this at different points of consolidation. Thus averaging my exit out over the course of the squeeze. I'm not asking for about a price target. I'm asking if it hits this specific number, I'm selling all of it and I'll buy back in later. Equally stupid question. This is why you use stop limits. Why wouldn't I just follow the trend? What are the chances of a share recall till June? 0 out of 10? Yeah, I think the run's mostly over. I'm not saying we can't retest like 177, 172 on these bounces off the low trend. I think we can, but I think that the run, like the March run, like the OPEX obligations are cleared out and not going to like volatilely run to the upside in the foreseeable future. Like this week's, you know, you've got increasing uh short options positions, which is driving down volatility, which isn't, you know, specifically helping the price, and it's reducing the number of long calls being purchased because volatility is still very high, but not low enough to really re-enter long positions. And that's what we're supposed to see here during phase D, is we're supposed to see this consolidation of price action. And consolidation meaning declining volume, sometimes declining price. Is the bolometer dead? No, it's here. Super negative Bazinga article being pushed, full of blatant misinformation about the split 3-1 and 300 million to a billion share count. Lots of clever word choice to misrepresent price action. Nice. I'm not asking for the price target for the squeeze, but what price are you looking for during the squeeze? Right? Are we still following Wyckoff? Yeah. So until the split announcement, price will be relatively stable or down. We can consolidate to the downside too. You know, consolidation, not all consolidation on phase D is equal. So say these are our, say this line here is our SOS. Say this is our LPS. say this is our other LPS, our lower LPS. You know, and price action spiked into the SOS. You know, consolidation can happen in this range, right? Before moving to the upside. But consolidation can also trade up. And consolidation can trade down. Bull flag on the 1 hour, yeah, or also known as consolidation. I'm a little tired. It's not really so much tired. I'm like a little sick. I ate some questionable food yesterday and I don't feel so hot. I think once the split announcement is made that recalls would start at that point, or wait till after the vote. I mean, they'll wait till the ex-dividend date, approaching the ex-dividend date. Or the day of record. Day of record, I guess, not the actual distribution of the shares, but the yeah, the ex-dividend date. Sorry if you answered this already, but do you think that once the split is out, okay. For HFMMs looking to reduce their own outstanding lent shares to be in line with what they actually have on book, say 5 million owned, but 15 million out. This is a two-part question. No, you can't. Because of options volume would obfuscate the amount of short covering occurring. Is Twitter following Wyckoff? Could be. You can pretty much slap Wyckoff onto anything and say it's following it, but the volume trends have to back it up. A deeper analysis is necessary. It's not just lines. What is stopping them from routing through dark pools, dealer pools to effectively not impact price pre-post split? Thanks, Smooth Brain Maple Ape. Routing through dark pools and dealer pools still affects the price at market. It just doesn't affect it immediately, Simonide. So, you know, it's not like you can buy GameStop and it like I can't go buy 1 million shares of GameStop in a dark pool with zero effect on the price. It's just that the effect on the price is delayed till this order is printed to market. That's all that occurs. It's not like it's an order transacted with no effect on the price of the underlying at all. It's just that the effect is not immediate, which leads to slippage over the course of a year and faulty price discovery, right? Because supply and demand are not fairly represented in real time. But it's not like the order just never hits the tape. seems to be a misconception about dark pools. And generally, higher dark pool volume is usually a bullish sign. It means longs are buying in. It seems you almost never share loop ring TA. That's because I don't do TA on loop ring. I bought some at like 30 cents. I really don't give a shit what happens to it. It's not gonna go to like $100. You know, it's probably not gonna go much beyond 4 or 5. Maybe speculatively and for a short period of time, but my question was meant to ask if there was a point where your specific exit strategy shifts from slow exits to yeah, I'm out. Yeah, if I start to see a decline in the price trend. If you know, as the price is increasing, you know, you take as the price is increasing, you take less risk on your exits, right? You have a slower pattern of exits. If the price is declining, like new lower lows, you want to accelerate the speed of your exits. I don't know if there's a price where I'd be like, yeah, I'm out, but I mean, if I made $1 billion in a short squeeze, I'd probably be mostly out. But I'm not the kind of person that'll be happy with, you know, a lower figure. Like there's no like if my holdings hit 500 million, I would just sell and be satisfied. It's not why I do this. Will they report when those calls are closed? Yeah, on their next statement. Do you think we could hit 130 and then run as hard as last week? No, I don't think we're running as hard as last week. Unless that happens out in, you know, May or June, in the next OPEC cycle. What if they simply just don't do anything? Can they just choose to get fined and have the SEC or DTCC sorted out? Maybe. The incentive for longs to have possession of their shares moving into a split is pretty high. In MOASS, if the clearinghouse comps are on and spamming buy and the bid clears out as we hold for higher prices, what's the speed we go up? That remains true at very high prices. I mean, they'll volatility halt us if the spread gets too wide, right? It'll halt, but then, you know, it's only a specified amount of time. If no orders come in, you know, then the clearinghouse is going to gap it up. So like we saw a volatility halt when we cleared out the order book the other day on that weird test of 200 where the, you know, the order book got cleared out and we were like gapping up to like, we would have been gapping up to like 420.69 and, you know, 400,000. And, you know, the clearinghouse halted, waited for orders to come in, and then, you know, unhalted the stock with the order book in line. You know, but if the order book doesn't get in line, they have no choice but to gap it up. So if the demand is so high that it's cleared out the order book, right, and then it clears it out again, you know, it's going to just keep gapping the price up. What's your opinion on the 155 price? Is this bearish or more downside? Should just be a new lower low. Price action doesn't always consolidate equilaterally. We can have declining consolidation as well. Volumes dropping off in line with consolidation. There is shorting and the stock is manipulated. I discussed this a bunch when we first started talking about how closely we were tracking Wyckoff in February. If we fall below 126, then it's very unlikely that we're gonna, and you know, we've pretty much reset and we're moving back into accumulation, which means that longs had no interest in the stock at these prices, and that, you know, the stock needs to drop in order to find a favorable amount of buy pressure. Do you have any news on the maybe switched ETF obligations to March, July? Well, we ran in March, so I have a little more confidence that, you know, they're able to move the OPEX exposure. But I still think that our run in March was to a far greater extent than our previous runs, right? Like this most recent run was significant compared to previous ones, which means that, you know, it's likely that they shifted the obligations out an additional month. So now we know that's something in their arsenal, but that doesn't mean that they won't run it on in May on OPEX, right? So, you know, if we have 2 points of confirmation of them running it in a different cycle, then that's more confirmed that it's simply moved to a different cycle. Right now we just have one. And it's uncertain whether that is in fact the new cycle or that was just the culmination of the previous cycle being moved out 1 month. Why do I do this? You know, on this last run, people so far have sent me gain porn in excess of $6 million. That means that over $6 million was made directly because of me doing this. Or, you know, well, yeah. That's 6 million. It doesn't matter how many people it's across. That's life-changing money for hundreds of people. You don't buy CS or you don't sell CSPs on declining price action. That's how you just get assigned and the stock keeps dropping. Is it possible to predict how long we consolidate? Do you have any news on the maybe switch ETF? I've covered that. Tell us how much people lost listening to you. I don't know. If they stayed in it, they made more than they lost. I know that much. I just provide information. What people do with it is not my responsibility. Not wife changing money, unfortunately. I thought you did good on this run, JFresh. Thanks, Marty. Never mind, don't take the day off. Did I miss your other comment? I'm sorry, Visa VWAP. Thank you so much, dude. Take the rest of the day off. Take care of yourself. Get out of here. I'll be okay. But thank you. And no, I won't. Take credit, but no responsibility. What? That works. If I don't provide the information, then people don't have it. What people do with that information, not my fault. If they lose money, that sucks. If they make money, awesome. Then they did the right thing with the information provided. It's not a lack of taking responsibility, it's just the outcome is based on the user. User experience may vary. I can tell you everything about options, how to play them, how to roll them, what amount of money to leave on the sidelines in order to be able to de-risk your position. And people will still fuck that up. It seemed that most of the positioning was in the 130 to 140 range, and dated for June. And some leaps, some big leap positions were very profitable. But these were a little closer to the money and fewer in number. Large amounts of June options in the 130 to 140 range. What's your name on Twitch? It's Playing with Pickles. Yeah, I don't get a cut of the profits. That's fair, average Joe. What percentage of cash do you leave on the sideline? Usually about 30% of my entry. So whatever I'm planning on entering, I put an additional 30% on the sideline. In order to reposition if I need to. I fucked that up. That's fair. And somebody messaged me earlier today that they had like 110 leaps, and I'm like, why? Still. But that happened a lot last year. Think about the number of people last year that held leaps through all of March's price action or all of June's price action. Essentially, the fact that you were open about the June calls you were holding and people saying, sounds good, I'll mirror that, is why most of them made money. And it does appear that most people made some money. And, for those that didn't, I'm trying to highlight opportunities for generating income on their holdings as opposed to just watching it bleed away in a computer share account. All I have ever asked for was honesty and genuine, no strings attached guidance, plus a hug or two. You and the other friends here have helped teach me how to grow money. I have more money in my portfolio than I have ever owned in a bank account. You changed my life. Hugs. Thank you, Pickle Morty. I appreciate that, man. You have any experience using asset pledged loans or lines of credit versus selling and taking the tax hit? No. As far as avoiding taxes goes, I'm not great at it. I try to do what my accountant tells me to do, but I mostly just ignore it. You believe people thought RC's tweet last night was bullish? No. I held a 414 and sold one, made my first $140 on options. Any more School of Stock things coming out soon? So I'm in a weird position with School of Stock. I'm working on it, yes. And there will be more things, but I had several lessons built. Covered calls, cash secured puts, long and long call positions and long put positions, 4 separate lesson plans, and I lost them all with my hard drive, and we were running that week, so I didn't have time to like put anything into it. So I'm gonna start rebuilding those. I've already started on the covered calls video, and hopefully within, I don't want to give a time frame because I want to say within the next few weeks they'll start coming out. Thanks to the education I got from you, I more than made up for November to Feb losses with CCs and CSPs. Thanks, Kevin. Promise you will never die. I'll try not to, Average Joe. I already live a pretty risk averse lifestyle, so I think we'll be okay. If 15 minutes a good interval. That's one of my favorite. Netflix bounce? Maybe. Any more room? It's kind of right where we were expecting it, right? Paying attention to this. Yeah, I mean this is a good resistance. I like that we have a double test of it. Test here. How's the SPY looking? SPY fell a little bit through that trend, I think. I think if the SPY recovers back above 453, I'll look into re-entering Netflix. 453.50, sorry. I need to see that shift in trend, otherwise I'm just going to assume things are going to dip through tomorrow. You checked your smoke alarm batteries? Yeah, they're functional. I think my smoke alarms are hardwired, actually. Because there's a sprinkler system. Are those pings you making trades? What pings? Opinion on DD? I think it can slip a little more. The entry's still good. I might be picking up some shares later today. I think it's gonna bounce. You know, they're actually fairly profitable in their markets, so and really not at risk for regulation like Uber is. Is it too late to sell a weekly CC? Obviously, it would have been better at market open. Depends on how much risk you're taking on assignment. 0.2 delta. Yep. $180s aren't terrible right now. They're like 211. I mean, it's not great, but it's $200. Ivy's still relatively high on those. Are we still within Wyckoff ranges? Yeah, Wyckoff's still on the table. Even if we consolidate downwards, Wyckoff stays on the table unless we fall below 126. So we have to fall below our previous supports for it to be dead in the water. It's pretty flexible. I've seen Wyckoff breakouts that move far above the SOS, which we were almost on track to do with that second higher high. But sometimes you see, this, and this usually means that the breakout is lessened. Because buy pressure was so high through the accumulation period that the upside potential is diminished. But like, say this is the SOS, right? And that's, your LPS. So this can happen. Normally on a fairly stable, large blue chip, when Wyckoff plays out, it will play out in a very textbook manner with this like centralized consolidation or equilateral consolidation within a range. And that's kind of what we've been looking at so far with some volatility peaks, right? And then Wyckoff can also break to the downside. So consolidation is ideal within that SOS to like BU LPS range. Like this is the ideal zone for consolidation. This is like the sweet spot, but consolidation can occur in ranges beyond these. And this would be the previous LPS. I have a feeling you don't want my theory about adults not being able to drink milkshakes to be correct. I mean, I don't think that's what's doing this to me. I sold 2x May 20 P140s at 22. Would I get assigned if we fall below 140 or if we fall below 118? If we fall below 140, you'll get assigned. Probably. Puts are secured with cash. They're more likely to be assigned than covered calls even. If you sell a CC and the price drops, do you buy back? Usually in order to sell another CC, or let it expire and keep the premium? It depends on, I mean, you have to check, right? Sometimes if buying back and selling a new one is a better deal. Especially if the price is in a consistent decline. So Wyckoff are basically wedges, sort of. What you're looking for is actually high volume drops as long positions accumulate on the downside. So it's like a wedge, but with more volume and price analysis. Whereas a wedge is just a trend and price analysis. Wyckoff requires very specific volume interest in those descending in the descending parts of that wedge. So like yesterday, very, very high volume downside, right? Today, high volume downside. I mean, someone's buying those shares. Friday, high volume downside. You can't just sell without a buyer. Did they have many shares which remain borrowed over the weekend? And they have to pay interest on their shares over weekends. I mean, they do, yeah. They do have to pay for shares borrowed over the weekend. They're returning them though. The rate's dropping. The overnight carry of short interest borrowed recently is declining. What's the dark pool percent? Let's find out. $59% today. Very high. Looking like a bottom for Tesla. No. Not quite yet. I'm going to put a stop limit on my puts probably. Maybe I should put one on now. Let's see. Yeah, I'll probably place one now, but I think it can fall further. I think this like 183, 186 range is a little more stable. So I wouldn't be surprised if it fell below 190, but I will put a stop on my put. Those fucking covered calls I sold yesterday were a great idea, huh? I wonder if I should just buy those back. I will see how that plays. I have plenty of time on those. Does YouTube give you sick pay? Absolutely not. More patience equals better trades. That was your epiphany? It's not a remarkable one, Stefan, but I'm happy you finally had it. What in BBBY, DD, fundamentals, balance sheet, etc. I don't really want to do a fundamental analysis DD on BBBY. You can just follow like a fundamental analysis guide. Maybe I'll do one. We'll see. I like answering repeated questions in different ways so that more people understand them. It's not that I like answering repeated questions. Hey, Annette. Hey, on it. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I appreciate the support, man.
Happy birthday, Gherk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no.
Yeah, people have suggested that to me since day one. I don't know.
Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move.
What do you think of me? $20, $10, not far enough out for weed. I think it needs more time. May might be like just when you're starting to see returns. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of events that could occur that would drive those returns faster, but that's kind of where I'd expect to start seeing some returns on the position. you get a special adapter for cleansing your colon? I don't know. Why not just do it the other direction? Just eat a lot of fiber. Max pain, I'll take it. Better than another bad dip. How far would you look at selling CCs out before BBBY earnings? Probably pretty close in order to take advantage of the IV crash. GME reversal, or expect more down today. We might have found our floor. What is CNS? Continuous net settlement. You'll see people in here chanting it on occasion. It directs a lot of our price action on these low volume days where its effects are more obvious. What time frame do you like to use? We're looking for potential Wyckoff. 1 hour daily, thanks. I actually prefer the daily for looking at Wyckoff. It tends to be a longer term formation. We accelerated through the early parts of it very, very rapidly, however. So, you know, but yeah, I prefer the daily. Getting downvoted to oblivion on tinfoil stock because GameStop isn't going to create their own stock market. I quit. I mean, they're not. Cough syrup and weird corn. Interesting. Is this low volume bad for a potential run or necessary for one to occur? Equal outcome doesn't exist. Misuse of knowledge, lack thereof, plagues society across the board. Helping to facilitate knowledge and giving opportunity to improve people's financial situations is lacking. You fill a void for many people that gives them hope in an otherwise bleak existence of the daily struggle of attempting to find financial freedom. Everyone is an individual and makes a choice of how to utilize the gift of information. Don't be discouraged, poors. I am poor too and can't make a lot of the plays gains being touted by those with the ability. But we are trying to make a difference and we're on the right track. Chin up, eyes forward, we ride. Well said, Zakir. Well said. I forgot to mention eToro CEO, I think, bought Jimmy in Jan 21 and bought again recently at 93. He bought on the platform and his profile is public, thus everyone can see his holdings. I like the transparency in that. What do you think of August 26 calls on BBBY? $26? I like those. I'm not gonna lie. They're a little pricey still, but I like them. Does SST look like it's about to take off for another run based on the day's volume? They only have covered 38% of their obligations so far. It could, maybe not as violently though. Fell back below the chain. Jesus Christ, the IV is ridiculous. 25,000 calls on the money at 15. And there'll be after effects from this, without a doubt. This I'll fuck with. Can I get a good fill on this? Ford looks like a pretty good entry. It's decent. I actually covered Ford entries on the stream yesterday a little bit. That the range it's trading in right now is good. But long term, like could be a year before really good gains are realized. SPY doing it to 450, 350. Okay, that's good. Maybe I do pick up the Netflix position now then. 385. I want some more time on these. Okay. 2315. 380. No, 385. Car, same like DDS. Yeah, I want to play it, but I don't want to buy stock in it. So I guess I'm not gonna. Mold farming's my backup strategy. 50-day MA can cross 200-day MA. The next kind of cycle comes in 2 to 3 months. Since its last bearish cross in December, it could be epic, especially with the NFT market launch. I agree. We have a lot of good things coming in the future. This is a time to sit back, analyze, and strategize for the next move, right? Your exit TD would not change if MOASS kicks in pre or post split, but do you think if GME pops into MOASS pre split, the price targets have been affected in any way? My exit DD doesn't have any price targets. It's very specifically written that way for a reason. Opened up my Robinhood account for the first time in 6 months. Had $3 in there. YOLO'd it on GME and go 0.016 shares. Gonna be a billionaire. Fuck yeah, Velvet Jupiter. If you have CCs that are a minimal risk of assignment, assuming you don't want to get assigned, what's the TLDR of where you buy them back versus expire worthless? Well, I guess that would depend on how much value is left in them. I mean, by the point that all the value's gone, right? Like the ones I sold yesterday are up 43% to like 30%. Some of the ones I sold today are up actually a little bit more. Well, they were. If they're not at risk and they're short dated, who cares? If it's a long dated CC and you've captured a solid amount of profits on it, then there's no reason to keep it open. Usually what I'll look for is an opportunity to sell nearer the money for a higher premium after the premium on the out of the money call has bled off a bit. So if I can get a higher premium here than this costs to buy back, then it's worth it, right? Ooh. Starbucks gonna get fucking slammed by a rate increase. I see what you're saying here, Turd. I don't dislike it. How can a CC expire worthless? It expires out of the money. DD looks like it's testing the bottom range of its triangle. You interested in buying on a bounce, or have you moved on? No, I'm probably still interested. Can I buy some in here? Oh, not really. I'll buy one over here, I guess. That way I can track it. Streaming. See if that fills. How much share buyback I canceled this morning? Interesting. You still get the premiums from selling the contract. Yeah. You want it. You if you're selling contracts, you want it to expire out of the money, right? Because you get your premium up front. Tons of put flow and chat for S-Bucks on unusual whales premium. It's interesting. I can't give away free membership, but I could probably give away something else. Maybe. Tesla looks like it's failing at 1100. I have a stop limit on my put right now. My original play for this week on Tesla was like the pickles pick was a short position. I expected it to bounce because of all the price action from last week. And the gamma exposure, and then I was gonna entered a short position after that, right? I sold cover calls at the top, entered a short position about halfway through today, but I think it's still gonna find stability in that like 1080 1070 range. Did I just average down DD? Did you just average down DD? No, I didn't average it down. I just bought one call. I don't even think it filled. Like unusual whales. What's your opinion on them? Are they worth it? I don't really have an opinion on them. I don't think they're worth it. Most stock pickers and big money trackers don't really outperform the market year over year. Did I mention the script I wrote has a 51% chance of being correct on SPY trends? It's actually not bad. I can't say that I do, Halfro. I might get stopped. Maybe I should have loosened this up a little bit. What's on Tesla, HD, low, Starbucks, TGT, etc. Interesting. SpyScript bought in at 455 a few minutes ago. Oh, cool. See how it performs. It'd be useful if you have a good tool of it. Yeah. There. There's always a few things that are generally true with like anything sold in the financial world. One, if you're buying it, it doesn't make money. Or if it does, it doesn't generate money in value it doesn't generate value in excess of the price it costs to buy. Two, people that make money with your money charge a commission. I feel like that's 1M, but whatever. Remember that anytime you're promised gains. And it gets more shady than that, too. So I sold 14 DTE 205cc a few weeks back and collected 1,400 premium. The position read positive gains that was far out of the money at the time. Why? Shouldn't I just do nothing and let the contract expire worthless to the buyer and enjoy my premium? That's absolutely what you should do. You've gotten your premium. The position cost is how much it is to buy it back. When you're looking at the position cost down here, like in your where it shows your sold option. So like if we look at my GME calls that I sold out of this account yesterday, right? The cost to buy them back is 176. I sold them at 3.20. And so that's a 45% profit if I buy them back now. But if I wait till expiration, I'll just get 100% profit, right? Walking. I didn't see your Ko-Fi question. I'm sorry. I'll check it now. Sandwich. Howdy, Wrinkle Brain. I have an August 2022 SST 1750 call. Woke up to see it's up 300%. Not sure if I should write it out or cash out. Would love some TA insight. I just bought an SST call. I think it's going to have, I mean, there's going to be an effect from the chain going into the money like that. It'll take a couple days to be realized, but you know, make sure you have a stop set for your position. Obviously it's high risk and highly volatile. So be prepared to exit and capture your gains, but the trend looks okay right now. Pillows falling off. Today has been a little bit boring. Buy price so poo. It happens. These are all the CCs I sold her for this week. You know, when you're selling them in blocks like that, you're fucking up the spread, right? You're losing a shitload of money on the spread. You should widen out your spread because you'll lose more money on the slippage, Moon. Like thousands. You'll lose thousands on the slippage. Not like a small amount of money, like 3 grand, maybe more. I'm not sure how many your quantity was here. No, he didn't sell 165s. It's a nice turnaround. It's a furniture retailer. It's consumer discretionary. I wonder where this is held. Not on the same cycles as GME. And it looks like it's found a floor, but I would say I mean, like, the price is a decent entry. Yeah, pretty decent entry price, but you're gonna want to maybe wait. This is a little high right now, 357. You might be able to get it closer to like 320 or something. I don't think this like current breakout is gonna be. Well, maybe it's sustained. $365. Are you already in this? I would say if you're not already in it, it's a little bit chasey. Great time for AMD monthlies. Probably not a bad one. Your call of Netflix support at 377.50 was awesome. I got in a 414.380 there, and it's up decent. I picked up a few too. I might buy some more. I might buy some more like 385s. Maybe on this, it comes back to like just below 381. I think it could. I'm gonna get stopped out of these. Oh well. That's on CLVR CCs. CSPs maybe, but not CCs. Like, why are you buying 100 shares to sell covered calls on? Like, it's gonna take you a long time to make your money back. Limit equals no slippage? Yeah, but it'll take forever to get your fill, right? You should also spread it out so you're not taking all of your risk at one strike. If you're gonna sell big covered call positions like that, you need to manage your risk a little better, so I don't have to get DMs from you all through the night about what do I do? The stock is running. Is it still possible cat drops to 213 maybe before end of SLD? I think so. I think a little downside consolidation is good for it. It may just stay in this range. 113 may not be a strong support anymore. And this 215.39 may be the stronger support. This is a kind of newer support line though for cat. Mostly built on this last run. No, I think we're nearing the end of the SLD settlement. So tomorrow should be the last day. I bought one SST call. Just because I liked how it looks. We'll see what it does. Is Jimmy on Reg Show yet? No. I think we'll be at sub 100 within the next 3 weeks. Or do you think this run puts the price high enough to where we just dip into the mid to low $100 range? I think we already have a lot of established support in these ranges historically, Matthew. So I think it's very possible that we're able to hold a little better. I'd say the low end looks to be around 126. Can we see the Wyckoff trend transparent along GME price? It's in the daily DD. Cardboard box. Ah, crap. Sorry, I missed that. How are you planning to play the minutes tomorrow? Do you think the dip is priced in already? Could be. I don't think they're increasing rates this quarter, so yeah, it's like, I mean, a lot of the stagnation today could be because of that as well. There's a lot of economic data coming out this week. Isn't the consumer, is that this week? Is CPI this week also? I think it is. CPI next week. Oh, okay. Pins. Eh. might be getting ready for a move up the $30 range or so. I don't like this stock, by the way. And HD sending wedge. Who's breaking out right now? If you start to see some volume come in on this, then yes, a test of 310 is very possible. Although I may just be being a little nice with my upper support there, or upper resistance. This could also just fall back down. It's kind of a risky spot to buy in. I'd rather buy the bottom of this than the peak. Doesn't look nearly as good, right? Let me look at this on like the daily. It's better. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It can break out here, but if it fails the test, you know, you're looking at a risk level at like 295, which is kind of intense. And Home Depot can move a lot overnight. So risky with options. It is broken out a little as of right now, though. So I would say if it starts to break to the upside here of this like 307.72 test, maybe target 310 on a break of 308 is probably a better entry. A little higher chance of breaking out, at least. The issue I see here is that, you know, if you miss the breakout, then it could run really fast, especially overnight. But if it fails, you have a lot of risk to the downside. So it's not my favorite time to enter a position. If there's a squeeze, it'll probably happen before the stock split, but it could happen up to 35 days after as those obligations are settled. Do you have a stop on your Netflix? It's kind of wide right now, but yeah. I placed one when I placed the order. Are you expecting phase E of Wyckoff this week? I think it's going to take a little longer than that. I think the very earliest part of the Wyckoff played out rapidly. But as volumes decline, I expect the rest of it to kind of slow down. If we go out here to the daily, where, you know, this accumulation should be a little more visible, you know, it really doesn't test here. Here. Ah, shit. Just moved everything. That's really annoying. It looks a lot better. You know, we're watching it on a very fast time frame because it's moving. It was moving very quickly through this period, right? But as volume declines, we're going to want to look at it on longer time frames. Yeah, I'm going to control Z it all.
now. Ugh. But yeah, by watching it here, you know, we're watching it at a very fast time frame. It can take longer. There could be more points of confirmation. It's just that we had so much volume backing up the price action in these two peaks that they have a higher degree of confidence. What number is the bottom line there? This one, the BULPS, this is at 158.50. I didn't say 5-10 weeklies. Everyone stop getting bullish. This can keep going on. This can go on for days, weeks, months. Relax. So start looking at Lambos now or an hour. You heard it here first. MOASS tomorrow. I did not say that. My bolometer is at 5.29. Years? Not usually. Why me? Do this to myself, right? It will strengthen overnight. Can you give me your take on GE? Thinking of buying some leaps. I'm not a big fan of the company. Long term. Some fucking under. Are leaps going to be long enough? I don't know. The current trend doesn't look great. Like, it looks okay for maybe a move back to like 110 at some point in the next like 3 months. But a move back to like these levels seems extremely unlikely. I don't love it. Not a lot of range for the amount of capital you're tying up. Not to sound rude, but if it can continue on for days, weeks, and months, then why is it helpful? The bottoms of those points of consolidation are the best entry for long positions. Profitable long positions. As consolidation reaches a tighter and tighter range and lower volume, the ability for the underlying asset to break out and attain new levels of valuation increases. It's not rude. It's a perfectly valid question. It simply is not an analysis that factors in the time it takes. It just simply analyzes price action. Because if you're buying something long, it's more of a fundamental based analysis than it is like technical analysis.
It generally is used to determine entries for long positions, which is, like a 3 to 5 year holding period. Yeah, no problem, CWSGS. Is Wyckoff an oscillator? It can be, but interest doesn't always accrue through accumulation. Is that because the Omni investor or whatever Wyckoff calls it? Yes. Here. I'm gonna pull this up for you guys. This one. There. If you want to learn about Wyckoff, that'll tell you everything you need to know. My question dumb? I didn't see it. I think the script picked up the SPY right before the start of the second shoulder of a super sloppy inverse HNS. Possibly. You said it bought at 453.50? I think we were just seeing a bit of a sell-off after this test of 454. Ideally this trend would pick back up. Yeah. Kind of descending though. It's not super bullish. Wouldn't BBBY be a good time to buy? I am buying BBBY right now. Slowly, but I'm buying it. Jumping back to the stock dividend topic a couple hours ago, the lender owns 5 shares but has lent out 20. How does it go from 5 to 20? Because you can lend the same share twice. Or 3 times, or 4 times, or 50 times. That's why no amount of shares DRS'd besides 100% matter in regards to share lending. Because they'll just simply lend the available shares more. Not sure this has been touched on, but with a more liquid flow and options chain post split, will options pricing stay relatively the same currently, or will premiums drop significantly? Premiums will drop. Unless value is driven into the stock. Paper trading Netflix. How much time should I give it to cross 385? I bought May and June calls for Netflix. So the May calls I'm playing on the shorter term, probably playing another test of 400. The June calls I might be aiming a little higher on. Yeah, but that's not possible. Yeah, if you lock up the free float, they can't lend from a lender, but they can still create shares in ETFs. There's institutional ownership. They're not going to DRS their shares. Of course, people can buy more shares than exist. For the purposes of liquidity, the thing you trade with is not a physical asset. What's this shill? You saw the candle on O yesterday after close. Did it do something weird? Are you just like following all my investments now? Looks like it gapped up a little bit in after hours. O's been doing great lately, by the way. I did a nice cost basis average like here and here. And it's just been performing fantastically. Yeah, it doesn't really see reg show doesn't really stop the abuse of the ETF, right? As a matter of fact, all it really does is seem to do is delay settlement on the ETF. ETFs, it's kind of great to have them on reg show from a short perspective. It's just like extra time in the reg show time machine. Can you buy gold on the stock market? You can buy things that track gold, like GLD. When Gherk ETF. How's the stock split bad? It's great for people long the stock. I was in O before you, Shill. I don't believe you. Boy, I sure miss when AMD was at 160 and my average price was 140. Is it normal for TDA to have further out of the money strikes than IBKR? Sometimes. It'll be a little different broker by broker. Usually TDA and Fidelity are very much in line. Did you just admit to being bullish on 100% DRS? No. I just said that anything short 100% DRS does not incapacitate share lending. 100% DRS still doesn't do anything. It just stops the creation of shares hypothetically. Shares are still made through the market maker and through ETFs without locates. Script got out at 453.67. Now it will run. I mean, that's still a successful trade. You should be happy. I'm not putting that on the stream, Average Joe. It's amazing, but it's definitely not going on the stream. You're right, I wasn't. I don't like how high unqualified dividends are taxed. Whatever. I don't know, depressed animals. You joined the channel yesterday. I wasn't talking about it. Do you think leaps on CLVR are a good idea, or do you think the fact that it's not likely for the bill to pass the Senate likely to cause further downside? I think just I mean, first of all, I'm not playing the bills or marijuana legalization. I have stocks that I already own for that purpose. What I'm playing is an overextended short position that is being forced to short delta neutral or delta sensitivity spikes in the underlying. So there will be FTDs. They will pile up. That's what I'm looking to play. I'm just simply looking for a cheaper entry on it, and I'm buying leaps because I have the least amount of theta decay, and they're cheap. Yeah, I saw it, K-Dog. It was funny. What happens when your call expires in the money? Does it get auto sold, or do you have to sell it? And you need to sell it. Overall, it lost $2. Okay. You need to tighten that up. But what about Tesla being dead? Do you expect a small end of day run for us today? Doesn't look like it. Any signs they want to drag us back below $100 a share? Not yet. $8 wheat calls for October, a good buy. I don't know if I'd target in the money. Isn't that a little bit above wheat's average trading price? Hold on. I didn't really think about buying in the monies on this. Yeah, I don't love $8 calls, frankly. I like 10s if it's trading slightly below 10. 11s and 12s a little bit. I don't know about 8s. 8s, you lose a lot of delta value on a drop in price. Also, the intrinsic is like, I mean, right now the peak's at like 12. I'm not saying it can't go higher, but like it's not going to go up that much. Shit. 155, Samuel. What do you think of that price action? Are we going down further the next couple of weeks? It's possible. Yeah, Reddit's got some issues. I mean, the dividend's not going to be low as fuck, right? If the dividend's cheap, yeah, the shorts will just pay it. But a share dividend is not only not cheap, it also requires an accounting of long positions, which generally, precipitates a share recall. Precipitates? That can't be the right word. Maybe it is. Kind of works. Is that on bearish divergence on the RSI 4-hour on Netflix? I wish I made all my trades based on RSI divergence. It's gonna rain with the recall. I mean, that's what I was thinking there for a second. Precipitate, cause, to happen suddenly, unexpectedly, or prematurely. Yeah, that works. Literally the first definition, verb. To bring about, bring on, cause, give rise to, precipitate. I was right. Fuck you all. Going to you guys for grammatical corrections. Fucking, you should see my referral fees from Hooked on Phonics. When will we see the condensation in the stock? Right now. Spell what without looking? Is there a reason a share dividend is necessary when a stock split requires a share count anyway? Do you think it's just additional MOASS insurance reward for shareholders by GameStop? Yeah, I mean, the accounting practice is preferred when trying to get rid of some short interest. Spell ICUP. Why? Why are you watching me pee? Consolidation. Spy ripping my calls apart. I knew what he was doing. It's not like he got me. I've been 5 years old too. How many CCs a week would someone need to sell in order to make 1.5K a week without getting called away? Obviously, anything can happen. Would just like your take. Thanks. It's like about 8 of them at point. Well, it depends what delta you're selling at. If you're really taking risk off the table, and you're keeping them short term, 15, a little more risk, and you could do it with 10 CCs.
Velvet. Who said Tesla's recall didn't cause a squeeze? Tesla did do a stacked dividend. It did result in significant upward price action. Also, Tesla not nearly as short as people expect GameStop to be. Tesla was, about what GameStop's short interest is reported at the time. Might have been a little lower. At 2,000 shares of GME, I can make 2K per freaking week with low risk, with almost no risk. Why didn't I buy 2K shares at $80? That's a good question. Have you banned Average Body Trash Dan yet? Who's that? Average Precipitator Joe. I sold CCs this morning and yesterday. For this Friday. Are you in the category of people, or do you believe the short interest is lower than reported? I don't think it's lower than reported. I would say that outstanding short interest via derivatives on GameStop is significantly in excess of the amount reported. Aren't we at like 20% reported short interest? We were a few days ago. I told you, Bipolar Bear, I sold CCs this morning and last week. Or I sold them last week, but I sold them this morning and yesterday. Yesterday I sold 195s, 190s, and 187.50s. Today I sold 185s, 182.50s, and 180s. Are you gonna buy deep in the money calls like $80 an exercise? Yeah, you can do that. What's your goal with O? Keep buying it low and increasing dividends over time? Essentially. Yeah, there's better yields. It's just, that's like my real estate investment, right? It's not like a huge position. I own some of it. I don't know, like 50 or 100 grand, something like that. DFE is probably making like 30 grand a week, like a 300,000 a week. I know you did, but if one could wait, would it be wiser to wait it out? I mean, the stock's not splitting by this Friday. Made a bad decision and YOLO'd at 184. How many times will I have to roll Jan 23 200s? I mean, you're probably okay on on leaps. I mean, it was a bad decision. What you can do, Anthony Cartina, is take advantage of the currently elevated IV, and if you have margin, you can sell naked calls for a shorter time frame out ahead of your leap to reduce the loss and decay. Look up a strategy called the poor man's covered call.
Jesus, your voice is crisp in the Discord live audio. Thank you, Ego. Thank you all for listening in on the Discord. Also, fuck you, Trash Dan. Your body's not that hot. All covered in feathers and shit. It can be a mess. Can you check Wendy's? Fuck you, turd. Are you serious? Wait, are you actually serious? You want me to check Wendy's? Paul Procillo. Thanks for the info. How did you develop skills in TA? University, training on the job, reading? University, some on the job training, and then reading and learning on my own, practice. I would say that the latter of those three taught me the most. I would recommend getting some books and learning as much as you feasibly can. Intelligent Investor, securities analysis, options as a strategic investment, technical analysis of the financial markets. They're all in the Discord or the wiki on the subreddit r/pickle financial. Take that back. Well, tell Trash to preen. When should I look to reload calls? When IV and price are lower. Remember what happened the last time everybody was wildly bullish on GameStop holding a price point? I do. We went into that November run trading at $200. Tits fully jacked. And then, you know, 250 came and we were all like, this is it. This is MOASS. And then that happened. Can't MOASS them all, I guess. I mean, you can't. That's cool. I didn't see the data mined from the NFT page, but that's awesome. Why have I never heard spam pings until this stream? I don't know what you're hearing pings from. Oh, is the fucking Twitch thing doing that thing again where it notifies when I get followers? I thought I deleted that. I don't know why that's happening, to be completely honest. You hear no ping? Okay, maybe AJ is just out of his mind. Dude, the ping might be on your end. My trades? Have I had anything fill recently? That shouldn't make any noise. You hear Windows pings when I execute orders. From what? Huh. That's weird. There shouldn't be any noises from that. Ever since your HDD blew up. Oh, maybe there was a setting that got changed in Windows. Curious. Well, here, I'm about to buy another Netflix call, so tell me if you hear something. It's pinging? What the fuck? Okay, I gotta figure out how to get rid of that. I didn't know what happened. No one ever said anything. I'm not crazy. Amazing. Sorry for gaslighting you, AJ. So doing that since the start. I mean, I get Windows notifications when my orders fill. So maybe that's what it is. I should turn those off. Please don't remove the pings. It gives me reasons to check the videos. 1 second, guys. I'll Was an unbelievably fucked situation. Hey, everybody. Oh. So, my DoorDash driver arrived with my food from a different restaurant. I ordered a sandwich from an Italian place, and I got a bunch of Thai soup. And the bottom of the bag broke. So I ended up wearing a bunch of Thai soup that I didn't order. I've never been brought food from a restaurant I didn't order food from. Now I have. So my shoes smell like Tom Yum. Do I have a bidet? Of course. Fucking bullshit. Did the order have your name on it? No? They left it at my door. I wouldn't know if the soup's good. It's all over my kitchen floor. Imagine going to get your sandwich out of a bag, and instead you end up wearing a large quantity of lukewarm soup. Why would you order a bag of soup? Well, I'm going to contact DoorDash customer service and apprise them of the situation, and then order food again from the same place I ordered it from the first time. How much for you to put those shoes in the mail and ship them to the Dans? We'd fight for the opportunity to wring out shoe soup directly into our mouths. I don't know. I'll come up with a price. Whatever my new pair of shoes costs, I'll eat the shipping. Please leave in the pings. Pull the pings to confirm. But you don't know what I'm trading when you hear pings. That's dangerous. I need to get rid of them. I don't like that. Make a different ping for up and down? SoFi, the company, is poop, Cody, right now. It's going to take them a long time to realize any value that isn't already priced in. The longs are entrenched and equally short the stock. There's just not much going on there. But buy options that lose 90% of their value, but then run and gain back 60%. Am I winning? That's a win, yeah. pings are part of the stream. There's a few pings in pre-market. Always some in the background during regular hours. How else would we know you're not front-running us elsewhere? Fair. Opportunity to collect premium on covered calls. This is why people short the VIX, right? Because it always goes, it just keeps going down. Oh, I thought he meant that his calls went down 90% and then bounced back up to 60% profitability. Same call. I didn't realize these were different calls. Are they different calls? I leave for 2 hours, I return, and we're within 10 cents. And now you know why I don't update Reddit that often on days like today. What's the best way to play Amazon and Google split if it's too expensive to buy now? Calls after the split? I'm just selling CSPs on it until I have enough free money to buy before the split. What wipes and TP are for peasants? Petition to have the pickle bidets go under pigeon wells. Okay. I don't know what a pickle bidet. What's a pickle bidet? I love being taught by someone who can block. Getting ignored today and I don't like it. Well, there's your confirmation, Windmill. Windmill Willie, everybody. Being ignored today. Trying to get me to notice you. Go away, people. So many people. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought he meant too. Like, that's great if you're 90% down on a call and it goes up 60%. When selling weekly CCs on GME, what's your delta risk tolerance? 0.3? It depends on more factors than just delta, Velvet, but usually 0.2, less than 0.2. Sometimes higher. Sometimes I sell them fucking in the money. We don't talk about those, but sometimes you want to sell one in the money. Don't CSPs on Amazon cost like 320K each? I mean, if you're assigned. Otherwise, it's just $320,000 a margin. Usually interpret it as, oh, Gherk is done with my shit today. He definitely sees my messages. I'm just being an idiot. No. To be fair, Carl, ever since I modded you, I really only see like 10% of the things you put in chat. Nine DTE 150 CSP safe? No. And what, do you want to be assigned at 150? In which case, sure. You generally don't sell CCs on a downtrend. It's a bad idea. Is this correct? For a 5-for-1 dividend split, borrower owes 80% of the pre-split share price per share borrowed share as cash equivalent. If that's true, then higher split equals more pain. Yes. Marginally more pain, to be fair. He mods people he wants to easily ignore. I'm on to you, Pickle. I don't think so. So you should mod me, then you cannot see most of my chats. But I want to see your chats. About that time for Tesla puts? Yeah, I bought mine earlier. They're doing great. Yeah, it's in like a couple weeks, I think. CJ, the 1-year anniversary. Sold my first stocks for a loss. Great lesson, but I'm out. Is it 2 days for cash to settle before I can use it? Yeah. T+2 if you bought and sold stocks. If it was options, it's T+1. Yeah, but I bought those back on like a 20% gain. Okay, Dad. Friday was big down. Any chance after CNS closes we go back big up? I guess we'll find out in 40 minutes, 36 minutes. One of the perks, none of the headaches. Always wait for the stock to break downtrend and then prove that the downtrend has flipped into support. Check DMs. I don't want to. No. I'm not modding JFresh. He'll ban everyone. I already know his plan. He's expressed it multiple times. He's gonna ban everyone and then just shitpost in here all day. Do you respect deep dive stocks on YouTube? I don't like anybody that has data you can't validate. If we're talking about the same person. Anybody with like proprietary data? Nah. It's not banning, it's DRSing the chat. Listen, if you're gonna ask me my opinion on other YouTubers, it's and like other social media financial platforms, it's always going to be fairly negative. I do not have a positive view of them. If you want to learn, hang out, learn. If you don't, if you want some secret or magic, it doesn't exist. Nobody's right 100% of the time, and most of them are wrong the majority of the time. If they're selling you something, whether it be an indicator or a course or just picking stocks for you, it's probably bullshit. When does a stock go on reg show? When 0.5% of its shares outstanding fail for 5 consecutive days. At least you don't ignore me. I did the first time you wrote that. Gordon Ramsay, belligerous Wellington Lara bar. Wi-Fi is always right and frequently claims he is a stock god on stream. Join Zillionaires for $25 a month and enjoy seeing him eat Trader Joe's every day on stream. It's pretty accurate. eToro is a broker, and be careful of brokers with low AUM. Could you add on to that? Yeah, be careful of brokers with low assets under management. They can't meet their margin requirements in periods of high volatility. Why would the DTC fail to deliver the dividend? God, I hate, no offense, man, but I hate those theories that are like, what if this, because GameStop's special? Spent 45 minutes yesterday morning listening to Bruce talk about going to his daughter's boyfriend's party over the weekend. Chat were in shambles listening to him waffle on. Bobo, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go.
What would you consider a low AUM for brokers? Well, Robinhood had what, about 70 billion going into the January sneeze? They weren't able to meet their margin requirements. Is 1.3 trillion a lot for 3 trillion a lot for AUM? It's decent, yeah. Would you pay $25 a month for some YouTuber's weekly stock picks? No. But I don't think that's why people join Billionaires. I just put the shit I'm looking at every week. I don't care if people trade it. They're not necessarily good. Some are winners, some are losers. I'm pretty good at picking stocks, but the whole point of Billionaires was just to create a paywall barrier so people could learn about trading in a private environment from each other. Not even from me. I participate sometimes. Cooking stream special for 20k subs? No. Admin or nothing. How accurate is your bolometer? I don't know. I don't control it, remember? I joined Zillionaires to the Bloomberg terminal access. You're not even a fucking Zillionaire. E-Trade's about 780 billion total AUM. Risky or safe for high volatility? Pretty safe. I joined Zillionaires to the handies behind the windies. Now you're getting it. Paywall equals shill repellent. It's nicer. Regular Discord chat is pretty good, but paywall is just less shilly. If I was selling stock picks, I'd be charging fucking 8%. Can you seriously check Wendy's? Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was a serious thing, turd. Spelled it wrong. They didn't have such hot earnings. Seem to have kind of a hard time recovering from them. Trend's weak, but still negative. Consolidating a little bit. It doesn't look particularly good, turd. Was there something beyond the technicals? The average volume's kind of average. I don't see any like big interest or anything. Blue Nano, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up. I'll get you added.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
I joined Dillionaires because I'm a simp.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
I paid for it all because I watch you far too much, and it's barely anything from the time I do listen. Thank you, Darth Dan. I know. I appreciate it, man. How do we find out about our local chapter of Dan's? If you reach out to any of the Dan's, they'll hook you up with their local representative. I became a Dillionaire because on stream you called stuff for free, and I made far more than it cost to join, so I wanted to learn how to trade better. Thanks, man. Lowered forward guidance, increased stock buybacks. That's good and bad. I joined Zillionaires because I alienated all my other friends. You recommend a trading software that won't scoot my lines around a bunch when I switch from daily to the 1 minute? Yeah, TradingView. UK ISA stocks and shares can be topped up. Yeah, I heard. When I average out my cost basis is 200. Do you see a price going lower or higher? Any signals? Thanks. Probably lower over the next few days. But watch out for these sporadic peaks. I think we're gonna start to see a slight decline in price action. Let me show you. Oh yeah, because TradingView doesn't fucking work. So I think we're gonna start to see a slight decline along this like bottom trend here, and then probably some consolidation from these peaks. It could be more though, but and we could fall through quite a bit. You know, 142 is a support range. Not a lot of historical support, but it's a support range. And 126.76. So if we start to see in the money puts come in and an indication that they're going back to their price suppression tactics, then you know I think we can see lows in this range, maybe even lower. E. Just a thing. I'm on it. I haven't been able to tune in. Have you talked about SST thoughts getting in for tomorrow future? I think there's going to be some price movement after the fact, but I'm waiting to enter more. I bought one because it looked good for a second, and now it kind of looks like shit. But I might average it down. I think with the whole chain going in the money, that you know there could be some like a not a dead cat bounce, but similar scenario in a few days. Just because the FTDs are really high. Yeah. Selling for today. A lot of profits taken, but not all of them. I'll check out the options chain at the end of the day too. But I might consider, especially if it stays around this price point, I might consider entering some more tomorrow. I joined Pigeon Whales because I have disposable income and like to lord that over people less fortunate than me. Cancel Netflix and pay you that money. Pi-Fi forever. Thank you, Kitty Pickle. I appreciate it. My Netflix calls might not, but I do. TradingView is the one you're having issues with. Really? Usually I don't have any issues with TradingView moving my lines around. Download their desktop app, trash, instead of using the don't use the website. Seal VR, a little rip. Ooh, interesting. Motherfuckers. Of course I get out today. Curious. Yeah, it could be an institutional buy-in. Although I'd say it's more likely FTDs being covered or shorts. We bounced to 170 today. If that were to happen, would it be crazy to not sell CCs? I was gonna sell them yesterday, but removed them at the last minute. I mean, you make sure you confirm a top, but it's riskier right now selling on a run than it is selling when you've established that one is breaking down. I will say that much. Sold 2 CSPs on CLVR less than 5 minutes before that rip. Time to buy them back and enjoy some well-deserved profits. Nice. What's the story on SST besides the crazy FTD numbers, or is that the story? I think that might just be the story. I'm getting CNS action in 25 minutes. I don't know. Anybody have a torrent seed for the Pi-Fi hot tub stream? People's picks. Oh, Ryan Cohen. I held too long on some 422 315 calls, and they're bleeding every day. Why are you still holding them? People are trying to get Girk to say what a good area to sell and rebuy their shares. I suspect that sometimes too. How do you feel about using a cross under of DM ADX to start a trailing buy? It's people have backtested that. It's okay. The win rate might be high enough for algorithmic trading if you're picking the underlying very carefully. But probably not accurate enough to be super profitable. We climbed into the last shareholders meeting because of OPEX and futures obligations and shitloads of FTDs, not because of the shareholders meeting. There's some CLVR April calls that are grayed out and not tradable in my Fidelity account. What could that mean? I have no idea. I call them. Why is OPEX dead? So the anticipation of the stock dividend announcement, not the meeting itself. Yeah, possibly. I just checked CLVR. Also seeing there's 5.4 days to cover. Is this true? Is it from Ortex? Should I be holding these late April calls? I thought Wyckoff was going to rip in the next couple of weeks, or is that broken down already? It can be longer than a couple of weeks, MCL. I was very clear on that when I explained it. It is not an indicator of time of consolidation. It just tracks price action. Oh, care about screenshots from Super Stonk. How did this cycle end if XRT is still thresholded, not clearing it off thresholding? Or they cleared the previous obligations at the same rate they created new ones? News just in from Ortex. Mod utilization, 100%. How long do you think a squeeze will play out? Will it take more than a week to peak and come down? Could. I'd say at least 3 days. Maybe longer. I'm not buying anything. They haven't started compounding positions in the ETFs yet, or building up large put positions on the market maker side. What do you personally think is a good buy-in price during this lull for yourself, not for others? I'm not buying any shares unless we go back under 100. Are they treating SSR like the floor all day? I don't know. GameStop not ready to lose 10% today? We have resistance here. They'd have to go to bankruptcy court. Win OPEX? Well, we don't know if it's going to be May or June. Because we only have 1 point of confirmation for a shift in the cycle. Can you do some of the backtesting data? Oh, okay. About some at 80 and 95. Justin Timberlake says it's going to be May. Can't argue with that. Holy fuck, I'm tired. First time commenter. Thanks, Bradstock. Long-time member. What's DRS? Is AMC gonna rip like GameStop to $1 billion a share? You'll outline the next steps in the stock split process. They'll hold a vote to approve the 2022 financial plan. That will then change the corporate charter and increase the number of shares that they can release. Then there will be a shareholders meeting announcing the approval of that vote. They could announce the stock split right after that vote takes place and have that voted on as well. After the shareholders meeting and the approval of the two announcements, so they can then announce a date and ratio for the stock split. That's what you get for saying I'm late with us on Twitch, telling us how you used to shit in bird baths. It wasn't a bird bath, it was a toilet. Just because you bathe in toilets doesn't make it a bird bath. Do you continue to cover mostly GME in the stream now that the run is probably over? Or do you change to other stocks till the next run up? I've already been covering other stocks. I've been watching Snap, Visa. Fuck, the market's doing bad today. Caterpillar. There's a lot of other stocks we cover. Yesterday was a very good day. Today, kind of shitty. Red days are lame. Mostly red days are lame because they're never red enough. If they were big red, they'd be fun. If you were on the GME board, how would you like to see the split or dividend go? What do you mean? Like what ratio? I just realized the title rhymes. It's from a song. It's from the diarrhea song. I actually hate DRS and hate popcorn. I know you do. Will day trading be easier or harder after a market crash? Harder. Like day trading is harder in a bear market. Cha cha cha. Look, I'm a duck. I swim. It's what we do. You live in New York City. How else am I supposed to swim? I'm going with that. Got, and apparently that's your toilets. What? Well, SST gonna go up? No idea. Doesn't look good, does it? I love popcorn, but not the popcorn stock. It's so fun to make some profits off of CCs this time around. Is that what it feels like to be a pigeon whale? Yeah. Power Hour song? What's powerful about this hour? I'm not playing the Power Hour song on this price action. Bro, you okay? You really struggled reading that. Not as much as you did writing it. SSR activated. MOASS can now commence. Have you ever tried to type with flippers? That's what your flight wings are for. Or flight feathers. The diarrhea song is more of a poem. I've never heard music that goes to it or a melody. Yeah, you have. Wasn't it on like Bob's Burgers or something like that? It's like a slam poem, right? Yes. I'm just interested to see what RC talks about or info is released later. It seems like it's been pretty spicy with both words and actions to follow up. Tinfoil pickle time. What's RC gonna do? I don't care. Do anything fetching from the chippy? I'm alright. Thanks. He's gonna watch the stock get. Are you David Blaine? Street Magic? What happened? They're gonna give me a couple of packs of smokes and a pepperoni. Smokes, let's go. If that was deliberately, then you get a fucking slow clap. I don't know what you're talking about. It shouldn't be messing with your lines. Make sure you're in log. Make sure that adjust and percentage are turned off. And then turn off the auto scale. Trash. Hmm. Where are we on the VW squeeze chart? Any recap to give anybody just coming in for the day? Kind of getting the price action that we expected in a slightly lower range than we wanted. I joined Billionaires to interact with like-minded individuals that discuss the calculated play, then yellow GME weekly CCs on one green candle. I heard you say we have some FTD days coming up. Is that right? We do, but today was one of them, actually. With ETF FTDs. Couple weeks out still. I'm gonna get those put up and like another trading view indicator for everybody. Have you ever ghosted a girl and why? I don't know about ghosted, but I left one at a restaurant one time because she kept taking pictures for her Instagram. Like not like one or two, like 40. I paid the bill, but I still left her there. Was this last night? No. I don't think I've ever ghosted anyone though. I'll usually just tell them I don't want to talk to you anymore, and then not talk to them anymore. Seems fair. You have to get the right angle to make a sloppy Joe special look internet worthy. Y'all could have been a social media power couple. I'd rather die. AMD dead? Doesn't look great, does it? Die like Tesla? That's the only thing that's making me money today. That and covered calls. You ready for the new FINRA 4210 tomorrow? Yeah, I think so. How on earth did you know what I was thinking? 22 cents? Wow, that's really cheap. Can you boof like 6 shots of espresso and get really hyped for GME like Trey does? Why? We're going down. Isn't there a song about that? Next time you leave girls at restaurants, hit me up. If a girl gets left on a date and the meal's already been paid for, that's free real estate. I suppose. I'll let you know. It's gonna be a hell of a drive. 223 had much larger FTD count in the surrounding days. 2 plus whatever C35 is tomorrow through the end of the week. Yeah, it's the 7th, I believe. No, 6th. It's tomorrow. Right? Yeah, I'll double check that later today. I think the photometer died due to your shilly ways. Good, it was a garbage indicator anyway. I love a good fire sale. Now you're learning, Ralph. Is there an anatomy course on pigeon whales? I was confused about hot body trash Dan and ducks and stuff yesterday. No, you just have to figure it out with time. With time, you'll get it. I don't have an entourage. Why do guys do that? They're like, oh, I'm gonna go meet girls with 10 other dudes. That's gonna be a successful endeavor. There's nothing girls love more than getting hit on by large groups of guys all at once. Hunting party. It's like, hey, I know we just met, but meet my retarded drunk friends. They're the best. Decent entry on AMD 106.50. Yeah. That's why I try to stand out by dumping my drink on their head. I'm not like the other guys. Peacocking. Secret gay? No. If I was gay, it wouldn't be a secret. I'd be extremely flamboyant. I make sure I hang out with people uglier than I am, so I look better and get the girl. Joke's on me, I'm married though. Married now. Uh I mean that's like the process of elimination, right? Skimming the cream off the top, if you will, in every way that joke's funny. Why is CLVR ripping? Because the stock market hates me today. You ever give out Pickles picks intra-week, or is it just a Sunday thing? Just a Sunday thing. To be fair, I do most of my research into stocks for the week on Sunday. If I pick up shit during the week, I just usually talk about it on stream. One time a guy came over to me at a party and kissed me without a word, and I dated him for years. How did that turn out in the end, though? Hey, Gurk, random hug. What's up, Piter? Getting hugged by Germans is weird. I don't know how I feel about this. If the run is over and we're on the downside after seeing in the money puts come in, should we expect downside to around where we bottomed last time in the 80-ish or lower? If we start to see in the money puts come in, yeah, I think we can expect to move down pretty hard. We have some support in the 120 range. Everyone acting like this price is manipulation while ignoring that the broader market has been selling off all day. I don't think anyone's ignoring that the broader market has been a piece of shit today. CLVR is up 1%. Good, because I didn't go look at it. I was gonna ask if they question your sexuality after turning them down. Who? Who cares? TL, welcome to Billionaires. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Birthday girl. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in
Move GME money into BBBY positions. No. Not the same stock.
Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the van GG on
People doing Tesla overnight?
no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomb my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Only if it slips 1086. I hope Superstock doesn't follow this trend, but I saw a popcorn post on the front page yesterday, and their current mindset is every single red candle is manipulation. Sounds like they're catching up. With Wyckoff on track, do you expect this downtrend phase to continue throughout the week? Well, we'll probably find some stability unless we just continue to drop, but we'll also see upside, right? That's one of the, it's not just, Wyckoff doesn't just go straight down. Even if it's just like descending consolidation, right? The peaks are still there. So if we don't see peaks and we're just going straight, like if we saw a couple and now we're just going straight down, that's bad. Are you ignoring my SLD spy questions because you hate cops? No. I didn't see them. But a friend of ours has a Tinder date, they tell us which bar they're going to, and the rest of us guys are already there. When we see them, we act super jacked to see the guy and take him up. We don't stay long, but it works like a charm. Interesting. So, like, social validation. Like, oh, he must be a great guy because other people like him. I'm not putting my rowing machine in my hot tub. Have you ever made or ate a salmon burger? I've eaten one. Is this a gamma slide? Not enough puts. Intra-month head and shoulders forming on IWM. Interesting. The peaks be lower every time, or is there some ambiguity? I mean, they can be, but volatility is still high. Technically, it should be lower highs and higher lows, right? But we're seeing lower lows and lower highs, which is still consolidation, just different. Are people selling, or why are we dropping? Not enough volume for a sell-off, though. I mean, people took profit on the run. So, you know, they took profits here, and we're seeing some downside because options were closed. It's not super significant yet. IV just reducing because more calls are being sold than bought. Do you think we will go back to 126 before we see big upwards movement? I hope not. I liked the stream in hopes it would cheer you up. Thanks. I'm not upset. I'm just tired. However, a descending wedge has a higher probability of a bullish breakout than a pennant. Yeah. It does. You're the man, Gary. Got me totally zen and stoked to snag more calls. Thanks for all your education. You got it, dude. I think you just ignore all my comments. Everyone else can comment and see them. What did you say? Make that call to DoorDash and get the right food one day. So you won't stream Pokemon tonight? I might. I've never streamed Pokemon, but same thing. Once people realize there's money to be made in both price directions, Zen will be found. I mean, I'm making money right now because the price is going down. Not from puts, but I'm not streaming Pokemon. I was playing TFT, which is currently the best game I can find to keep people from watching my other stream. You do a poors only chat? I'm sick of all these rich folk lording it. No. Twin MTG stream? Ew. You really should try Hades. It's very good. I keep hearing about that. What is it again? It's like a roguelike? It's like Diablo. Clearly he's just ignoring my comments from anyone with the word Dan in their name, except for when they ask if they're being ignored. He's mind fucking the Dans. I feel like if I wanted to do that, I could just pay for the privilege. Hades is a roguelike action dungeon crawler video game. It's Diablo. Can they hold a special vote outside of quarterly meetings for increased shares? Sure. Hades is not same like Diablo. Is it worse? How's it not the same? You just described something that's exactly the same as Diablo. Thanks for coming in, even though it sounds painful, it's appreciated. No problem, man. Do you have any estimates on what SI might be on GameStop? Houston continues to talk about 1 billion shorts, and no idea where people got that idea. Me either. Ideally, somewhere above 100%, but most of that's locked in like derivatives, so it needs to be broken apart. A stock split will help do that. Corn or flour tortillas with your tacos? Well, am I having a taco or a taco? If I'm having tacos, corn. If it's a taco, flour. I have to leave to get my kid. Please answer my questions so my eldest son doesn't think he's abandoned. Gherk equals Lil Cup's daddy issues. SLDNs win. Maybe tomorrow? How does it impact the spy usually? Dumps. Does it stand for spy loves dumping? Sometimes. You die, you start all over. So compounding unlocks and upgrades. Diablo, you don't start over when you die. Hades, you do. Interesting. Remember on Discord, everyone thought MOASS was legit tomorrow and started talking post-stream days? I miss those days of hopium-induced psychosis, but I'm glad you're still here. Thanks, Sunburn. Multiple market search surveys each show at least 100% ownership of the underlying, and that's on the extreme conservative side. Those market surveys are extremely biased, not extremely conservative. They make broad, sweeping assumptions about the general public. So, too much liquidity is bad. Well, it's good for some things. That's on walleye, the fish. I don't think I've ever had it. The FTD chart for BBBY include everything, or there's some ETFs missing from it? I'm not sure. I haven't seen it. Are you bullish on uranium? Is there any better ETF than your URA? There's CCJ, I think. I am, but not in the short term, Ryan. The SPY, SPX downs you see today be in advance of the checks. Yeah. Doesn't every security have 100% ownership? Yeah, usually. Sometimes more. Don't know why everyone seems to be saddy today. We're literally in the best position we've ever been in with GME. We're consolidating after the massive run. Confusing? It is. Google survey had a great underlying methodology though. It was a random sample as possible and compared to blue chip ownership, and then outliers were removed and run to fit and analyze at the highest possible confidence interval. It's good data. It's mediocre data and indicates a far higher stock ownership of the general public than actually possible. It also assumes off of its like 10 participants that a huge majority of retail investors own GameStop and never sell it, which is just absurd. I agree the methodology was good, but the assumptions made with the data are not. The conclusions are way too bullish. Are there any expectations on how high a Wyckoff phase E could go? MOASS inducing levels? Generally, shorts accumulated during phases A, B, and C are wiped out in phase E. Does your college professor know that you make his annual salary almost every day in super chats? I definitely don't. Do you think he's jelly? I think he makes like $500,000 or $600,000 a year. I don't think he's very jelly. Well, one of them does. I don't know about. I'm not sure so much about my stats professor or Stotch professor. Thanks, Cage. Yeah, it plays with the results a bit too much for my liking. It is the sample size was sound though. I agree. There was good methodology put into it, but the leeways they took with their conclusions were a bit much. Is tomorrow gonna be a put kind of day? I don't know. Maybe we climb back up a little bit into close. We can close back up at like 158. That's pretty nice, right? For a college professor, I'm calling bullshit. I think he does. I mean, he's also the head of the department, but he's tenured and he makes fuck tons of money. He's also on the board of some company. He must have written a textbook. He did. And we bought it. Fair enough. I'd have to find the paper, but we get a quarterly paper from like the board of governors on what the salaries for the professors are. Because I'm an alumni there as well as a graduate student, so I'll have to find it. I think it might be around here somewhere. But I'm pretty sure he gets paid a salary for teaching and additionally gets a salary as head of the department. Yeah, it's a private university. He also gets paid for something else, too. Are you gonna cover those FTDs now? Probably have been all day. If volume is consolidating, does that always mean that the stock price is also consolidating? No, sometimes it just goes down. I used to have an accounting job at a uni. Guest speakers raking in 30K for speaking 1 hour. I've played Slay the Spire. I didn't like it. If you had to compare your expectations for a GME short squeeze with that of the super stock average, where would you be? What's the super stock average? I haven't been on there in a while. Still targeting $80 million a share? Who do you think makes more in super chats? You or your textbook authoring professor? Well, he doesn't get super chats. But if we count his textbook price, then him. Who's made more money in the last 2 weeks? Me. Did your professor do forced donations as well? SS average, infinity pool, new shares run, new exchange run by RC, 60 milli floor. Well, the first two are complete bullshit. If GameStop hits 60 million without being halted, our entire economy is going to crash, and the money you get from the squeeze would be worthless anyway. Not that 60 million is not possible in a short squeeze, but the number of people selling at that price would be like three. Like 3 of the current shareholders would actually sell the peak of a squeeze that went that high. Most people would be out by 100,000, if not 10. What's the catch? Is stock split dividend equal countdown to MOASS? How do you think shorts might go about getting around this? Oh, fuck off, Stefan. I don't want to talk to you anymore today. That's enough out of you. You already got your information on candlesticks. You're cut off for the day. Just gonna copy James Rowland, just like Dr. Gingerballs copies JFresh. Exactly. I really wish Dr. Gingerballs would stop stealing JFresh's DD and then making it all about DRS. Meagle, I'm gay. Congratulations, Meagle. I'm happy for you. Is 10,000 a share unreasonable to reach? It's fucking crazy. Are there any textbook distributor stocks? Probably. What happens to synthetic shares in the case of a stock split dividend? They're usually recalled. $10K post dividend? Because that would be hot. 10K is not even a floor. It's a squeeze. You can't predict the upper price, and setting floors like that is just misinformation, right? It's FUD. Being like, oh, my floor is 69 million is fucking FUD. Because if the stock squeezes to 4,000 or 40,000 or 400,000 and people are holding for 69 million that never comes, they're fucked, right? They're going to bag hold all the way back to the fucking bottom. Again, 99% of everything that comes out of Superstonk comes from a place of fear and paranoia that other people won't hold their stock. That other people will sell first. It's literally an attempt to front run other people. Sorry to raise the AUM question again. If the amount of clients holding GME in a broker is relatively low, as a handful, that wouldn't be so much of an issue, right? Yeah, not really. Remember, their AUM goes up when the stocks held in their brokerage go up. In your earlier videos, you'd mentioned the possibility of GME going north of 1 million. It could. It's a short squeeze. The potential is there. I do think the government would step in, but I mean, they may not, right? If most people are out at like 10 or 100,000, why would they give a shit? They care about market contagion. You know, if like 6 fucking people are holding to the peak at 1 million, you know, and they get paid out, you know, the overall cost of the squeeze is not that significant. If 60 million shares are being held to 1 million, you know, that's a whole nother fucking story, right? I mean, synthetics that were never borrowed and cannot be recalled, they still split. They can be recalled. They don't need to be, they're always borrowed from someone. Whether it be an ETF's, you know, asset pool or if synthetically made by a market maker. Also, don't forget that those synthetic shares can't exist beyond an FTD cycle. Now they create new ones every FTD cycle, but they can't exist. There's not like, you know, 50 million synthetic shares just floating around. That's horseshit. They get cleared through CNS, they're gone. That's it. Goodbye. They build them up again every quarter, and you know we see the effects of that play out, obviously. But they don't exist beyond that. Like the price run that we just saw, that was covering of those synthetic shares that you're speaking of. What the fuck do you think runs the stock every quarter? Just crazy retail pumping the market cap by a few billy every quarter like clockwork. It must also be in their best interest to do so. Recalling the same share 5 times equals big ups. Yeah. If share lending wasn't in their best interest, they wouldn't do it. And there's a reason that shorts avoid using the share lending pool to short, right? That's why they prefer to short from ETFs where the risk of recall is negligible. How would synthetics created from ETFs be recalled? That's interesting and difficult. I'm not entirely sure they can be. There are ways for ETFs to reset their balance if they were if they were motivated to do so. I think Turd was actually digging into some of this a little bit as well. Fuck. Did you guys not hear me? You settle and end all this and close your GME positions if the government halted GME and offered 50,000 a share to be done with it. I mean, if they did that, that's just what you'd get per share. Hypical, is this downwards price action a sign of their desperation and are hedgies fucked? Runic Glory runs stocks. I don't think people understand FTDs. Yeah, I know. Retail obligations warehouse is just where stocks go when they can't be settled. So when the FTD is not able to be processed through CNS, but they don't really use that, right? Because the cost to hold in the obligations warehouse is really expensive. So they just push it through CNS and then internalize it if it doesn't clear, and then push it through again. Do you think anyone will face jail time after the squeeze? Nah. So bar rate dropped significantly. Do we have to confirm that ETFs are loaded again? We have to wait till we see ETFs getting loaded up with creation again. But I mean, we'll be monitoring ETF flow, right? Cat calls soon. Maybe. See, there was something that I wanted to get out. Oh, Tesla. Yeah. I close out Tesla. Or did I already stop out? No, I did not. Okay. What happened to options? In scenarios where stuff like that has happened, usually derivatives owners have had to sue for the value of their positions. Can you tell me what IV is on GME? At the end of the day. It's in my post this morning. I post it every morning. If people read the fucking DD every day, I wouldn't have to answer so many questions. CNS settlement smoothing effect suppresses volatility. Yeah, it does. It also ensures a buyer for every seller, right? And a seller for every buyer. And allows a market that runs largely on derivative positions to function. It's extremely efficient in what it does. BBBY FTDs on 4.7 are high. Could it pull the whole ETF basket up during covering? Depends what happens during covering, but yeah. I miss your video, DD. Yeah. The weekly one. I could do those again, I guess. What's your opinion on having a blockchain stock market? No one's going to participate in it. You mean like creating one? Or like if the government moved to a blockchain market? If the government moved to a blockchain market, that'd be awesome. I don't think it'll happen. I have a weekly iron condor on GME and the price is close to my put leg. I'm thinking of holding until later in the week because my losses are capped and I think 152 is a solid support. Thoughts? 152 is not really that strong of a support historically. It's okay. Short condor or long? But I do the members only stream, which is essentially that, except 2 hours long, and people get asked questions during it. And is rarely, ironically, for just members. What about a market? Ding ding. What a day. I would say that the members only stream is open to the poors more often than it's not. Thoughts on Baba for tomorrow AM? Those AM runs are epic. I don't know. We'll see what happens with it. I have to pay attention to the Chinese markets overnight, which is what I have to do when I'm trading Baba. But I do probably intend to trade more of it this week or over the next few weeks. Big wick. A little recovery. Yeah, I'm gonna get some sleep. When Pigeon Whale open the pores? When the pores aren't poor anymore. Fidelity tells me options aren't available for RAM. Well, maybe they're not. Oops, well, I guess I'm holding those CCs overnight. Is the volume on BBBY suspiciously low? No, it's low, but not suspiciously so. Membership is 250K? What? It's like fucking $24 a month or something. Thanks. Take care, man. Boxem, thank you so much. All right, guys. Thank you for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Everybody have a great night. Yep, that's probably it. I'll see y'all later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate! Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.